다시 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Your
잠시 후
attention,
9시
please.
50분부터 서리풀
Shortly,
보이는
we will
수장고
begin the
국제
public
설계 공모의 심사를
presentation
위해
for the
참여
Seoripul
건축가
Open
공개
Stores
프레젠테이션이
Museum Design
시작될 예정입니다.
Competition.
오늘 많은 분들이 참석해 주신 만큼
We have
발표장 질서를
many
위해
people in the
차례대로
audience
빈자리 없이
today,
채워서
so please
작성해
make
주시기
sure
바랍니다.
to fill the seats
원활한
from the
심사
front
진행을 위해
side.
가지고 계신
And I would
휴대폰은
like to ask
무음
you
또는
to
진동으로
kindly
바꿔주시면
switch your
감사하겠습니다.
mobile phones off or put it
여러분이
on
출입구에서
silent
받은
mode.
리시버 사용법을
This
설명해
is
드리도록
how
하겠습니다.
you
1번은
use the
한국어
receivers
채널이고
for translation.
2번은
Number
영어
1 is
채널입니다.
for
참고해
Korean,
주시면
number 2
감사하겠습니다.
channel is for English.
아울러 마지막 건축가
When
프레젠테이션이
the final
끝나면
presentation
사전
is
추첨에
over,
따라
there
200분의
will
참석자께 소정의
be
경품을 지급할
a
예정이니 끝까지 많은
raffle
관심
and
가져주시기
prizes
바랍니다.
will be given out, so
감사합니다.
please make sure to stay on until the very end.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금 자리가 굉장히
Ladies and gentlemen, we are short of seats. So if you have placed your belongings on the chair beside you, please make the chair available by moving your positions onto the floor. I ask for your cooperation.
안녕하세요.
Good morning.
다 같이 한번 해보시죠.
Good morning, ladies and
안녕하세요.
gentlemen.
아, 소리가 좀 적은 것 같은데요. 다 같이 큰 목소리로 서로 환영하는 의미로.
Let's say good morning
안녕하세요.
to each other in a loud voice.
예, 서리풀 보이는 수장고 국제
I'd like to
설계공모
welcome all of
심사를
you
위한
to
건축과
the
공개
public
프레젠테이션에
presentation for the
참여해주신
Seoripul
시민
Open
여러분
Storage
반갑습니다.
Museum Design
설계공모를
Competition.
주관하는 서울시
I am Kim
도시공간
Chang-gyu, the
기획
Urban
담당관
Space Planning
김상규입니다.
Officer of the Seoul City Government.
추운 날씨에도 불구하고
I'd like to
뜨거운
thank you
관심과
for such a
참여로
great
이
turnout
자리를 꽉
despite the
채워주신
cold
여러분들
weather. We have a
정말
full house
감사합니다.
today, and I thank you.
우리가 굳이
We
오시고 멀리 부산
have
시청에서
people from
여기까지
far
한
away,
분들이
from
참석해
Busan, and we also have some
간략하게
military
사업 설명을
people as
드리겠습니다.
well. I'd like
서리풀
to
보이는
explain how you
수장고
use the
조성사업은
translation
서리풀
receivers.
특별계획구역
First of all,
개발
I'd like
사업의
to
공공 기여로 조성되는
say
사업입니다.
that this
민간
project
사업자인
is
SBC PFV가 보이는 수장고를 조성하여
by
서울시에
SPV
기부
PFV.
체납하고
It
민간
will
사업자는
provide
인센티브를
the
받는
completed
방식으로
structure
민간이 균형을
to
유지하며
the Seoul
상생하는
government
좋은 사례입니다.
by donation. It is a good example of private-public
금년 7월에
cooperation. The planning team was formed in July this year, and the design competition was proposed to the Seoul government. The design, the request for proposal was published, and it will be the first example where the completed structure will be donated to the city. There are many precious artifacts that the Seoul city owns but is in storage. The new museum will display all these artifacts and art pieces in storage. Furthermore, the restoration process will also be open to the public. It will be a landmark and experimental project. We have invited world-renowned architects to participate in the competition, and we will be sharing the results of the design competition with the citizens today. We expect that you will be very impressed by the wonderful design proposals. This is how we will proceed today. We will start the presentations at 10 a.m. and 3 presentations will be given until 12 o'clock. We will have a 1-hour lunch break, and we will resume the presentations at 1 o'clock and proceed until 4 p.m. Each architect will be given 15 minutes for presentation and 25 minutes for Q&A. A total of 40 minutes is allocated to the architects. Afterwards, the jury will move to a separate room and start the deliberation to decide the winning proposal. Today's presentation will also be broadcast live on YouTube, ensuring a wider audience. With that, I would like to introduce the jurors. First of all, the CEO of SKEM Architect, Mr. Min Sung-jun. The CEO of Eson Architect, Mr. Son Jin. The chair of Architecture Department at Harvard Graduate School of Design, Professor Grace Law. The head of the Menace Architecture, and from Spain, Fernando Menace. Currently, Professor at the Seoul National University, Architecture Department, Professor John Hong. From Seoul City University, and also the chair of the jury, Professor Kim Sung-hong, is also with us. Once again, I'd like to thank all the members of the jury for participating at this competition. We also have Mr. Kang Dong-gun, the Master Architect of Seoul City.
또한 귀한 시간을 내어 이
Furthermore,
자리에 참석해주신 모든 분들께
I'd like
진심으로
to thank
감사의
each and every
말씀드립니다.
one
다
of
같이
you
큰 박수로
for
한번 서로
being
환영해
here
주십시오.
today.
이어서 서울시 총괄 건축가
Now I'd like to give the floor to the Master
강병훈
Architect of Seoul City Government, Mr. Kang Byung-hun. Actually, the Open Storage Museum is about showing things that should not be seen, and also making sure that things that should not be seen is not shown. So it is contradictory in some sense, and it is more about asking for a solution. We gave this question to all the architects from around the world. It is a very difficult answer to find. To address this very difficult question, I would like to ask the 7 architects who are here today as a group of wise men. We have 7 wise men who are here to share their solution to this very difficult question. Among them, we have to select one person. That is yet another difficult problem to resolve. I'd like to think about Picasso, who said that an artist could express the sun as a single point, but another artist could draw one yellow point and say that that is the sun. So we have the jury who will deliberate on the proposals given out by the 7 wise men. And they will be able to read the proposal and interpret one point as the gigantic sun. This sort of deliberation usually is carried out by the jury only, but today we have about 750 people who are here to share the presentations, and it is also broadcast real time on YouTube. That means we have a nationwide audience. Today we have 7 wise men who will be presenting their solution to the problem, and the citizens will be able to share the view and enjoy how the problem was solved by these wise men. It will be a fascinating process, and I'd like to thank you for being here to share the presentations. When the invisible open storage becomes visible, I hope to see you and meet you once again. Thank you. He referred to the 7 architects as 7 wise men. Thank you very much, Master Architect Kang Byung-gun. Now it is time to start the presentations. This is an unprecedented event. We have 7 world-renowned architects at one place, and that is why our expectations are very high. From this moment, I'd like to hand the floor over to Professor Kim Song-ho, who is the chair of the jury. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am the head of the jury, Professor Kim Song-hong from the City University of Seoul. I'd first like to thank all the audience who are here on site, as well as those who are viewing this event online. I'd also like to welcome all the 7 architects and their staff. As you just heard, the Seoripul Open Storage Museum is a very important public structure, and it is a project that will proceed in an unprecedented manner. It is not just about a storage museum. It also addresses environmental and technological issues that the world faces. We have 6 jurors who went to see the site yesterday, and afterwards we discussed about how we will approach the selection process. Furthermore, they reviewed thoroughly all the design proposals beforehand. With that, I would like to promise you that we will do our best to make sure that the best design and the best structure is selected. With that, we will begin today's competition. I'd like to ask the first presenter to come on stage and give the presentation. Mr. Kim Harforth Nielsen from 3XN.
Good morning. I am working as an architect at 3XN since 2020, and I think it's an honor for me personally to participate in this public presentation. And 3 architects founded 3XN in Denmark, Copenhagen, and it has offices in London, Sydney, Stockholm, and New York currently, and is working on architectural projects based on architectural behavior philosophy. And in our studio, we have worked on the Open Storage Museum project, and our founder and creative director, Kim Nielsen, and in Sydney and in Asia, the studios in 3XN, Frederick Walter, worked on this project together, and they will be making the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I realize my name is Kim Nielsen. I realized that I am at the place where my name, Kim, has its home. There's a lot of Kims here around. And Nielsen is the most common Danish name. So it's a combination of the most common Korean name and the most common Danish name. About this Open Storage Museum, it's a great honor to be invited for this competition. I think it's a great idea to make a storage museum as an open thing and not as a closed thing. And what is important for us is to make the museum as a part of Seoul. So we want to design a building that belongs to Seoul, so it has this sort of the soul of Seoul. What we want to talk about is open, revealing how, like the city architects, this contradiction about the openness to the closeness, how we work with that, how we work with the social experience from the people that comes to the building. And of course, what is important also is the performance of the museum, how it works, the back of house and everything, front of house. And then I think the most important thing maybe is the authenticity of the building. As I said in the beginning, how it belongs to the place. That has been very important for the design of the design that we made for the building here. About the concept, we worked a long time before we came to the idea of the concept that ended up being a cabinet where you have some drawers that you can open up. So you have the cabinet with all the treasure inside, and then you can draw out the drawers and you can look at the art. So this is our main idea. And we place that on the site with the cabinet close to the hill, up to the steep hill there, and open it out towards the city with the cabinets drawn out on one side. So we have all the stories in one part. So we have all the openness in one part, again, pointing out to the surroundings. And then we place it into a screen where we have what we call a vertical plaza, connecting the bottom of the building with the top of the building, and get a tour for the visitors within the building. It is actually more or less just a box we are doing here, but to make it connect to the city is also how to protect the building at the same time, having a skin around the building, a skin that allows the daylight to come in, but protects it from the sunlight, and at the same time gives it a character that we think makes it belong to the city as well. About the open and revealing idea, here's the reference. Here you have the section of the building, and you can see to the right, you have all the stories, and to the left, you have the vertical plaza with the openness that is connecting to the surroundings as well, connecting to the people that comes into the building. So when you come into the building, you come into this amazing, big, open, vertical plaza where you have all the doors pulled out, and you come into a very sculptural space. And this, we work with 3 different sizes of drawers that you can curate in many different ways. You can curate with taking things from the stories out there and showing pieces of it, or you can tell other stories about what's happening inside the museum in it, or you can have it as places for interact. Here's some visions about how they could look, and when you are up in the building, you look down, you can have an overview of all the different drawers and what is happening on the different drawers. That is going to be sort of the open part of the exhibition, you can say. And here's another, of course, a very simple way of showing how you can use one of the drawers just to have a sculpture in it, but you can use it for many other ways too. And then I'll leave it to Fred.
Thank you. So a museum is more than just learning and exhibiting art. It's also a social experience. And we think that that social experience is actually what will keep people coming back. And that actually starts from the moment of arrival. You have to do something that catches the attention. And in this case, as Kim mentioned, it's a simple building, but socially it's quite dynamic, with the facade actually protecting the harsh sun, but then opening up and revealing the interior. And that really starts at the moment of arrival, that this facade system that kind of opens up to express the interior of the facade, showing this warm, inviting, welcoming gesture, with the facade actually angled so that you can view the drawers that are pulled out once you come in. And then, of course, at night, it becomes this cultural beacon, again, having a different presence actually during the evening than it does during the day. This warm timber interior pulls you in where the space, the drawers, the exhibition is on full display. And then, of course, when you're within the space, again, opening out towards the context, grounding itself in place. There's always this moment of awe when you come into a great piece of architecture. In this instance, what we're trying to do is express those drawers coming out. And this large vertical plaza actually that connects ground to sky is a really important moment. It grounds you in context. And there's a meandering path that allows you to actually circulate amongst the drawers that are curated with different exhibitions. But there's also a fast track system that will allow you to go directly to the top of the building with the lifts. These drawers actually that are pulled out can be curated, they can change. They can be curated one day for an exhibition that's seasonal, and another season they can change once again. They can hold sculptures, they can hold paintings, they can be areas of learning and commingling with your friends and colleagues. As Kim mentioned, a place to share experiences. But also, this atrium space is a great form of wayfinding. It's very clear where you are in the museum and how you actually move around. And that journey, actually, there's also moments of respite. So at the top of the building, there's this pavilion in a garden. And the garden, actually, at the top of the building is when you get these great panoramic views of the city. In fact, it's the only place where you get these great views of both the hillside and the Seoul skyline. And it's a place that actually, with this idea of learning and curation, that keeps you coming back for more. It's not a static place. It's a place of learning, a place of socializing, and a place of exhibiting art. So performance and efficiency becomes really important. Kim mentioned there's the art storage volume, And then as you move towards the main entry, the space becomes more sociable, with the drawers actually extending out, creating this welcoming gesture. Again, this cultural beacon at night with clear views into the art exhibition. And that starts from the forecourt of the arrival moment. You come into this large, voluminous lobby space. Due to the topography difference on the site, we have actually loading at level 2, as well as the office. And the office and the workers of the museum have clear access to a very efficient loading dock, where the loading dock has a clear path from goods coming in, getting registered, sanitized, and then registered to go into the goods lift to the units. And it's at that moment, that's your first experience, where you have this back-of-house moment that all of a sudden becomes exhibited to the users at the first landing. This is a museum for storing art, and we have the open floors and we have the visible floors. And the visible floors, you need special permission to actually move into the space. And we've alternated those to create a different rhythm and scale. So the open storage museum, it's a large contiguous floor plate with the clear staff separated from public vertical transportation, as well as art transportation with an art lift that actually connects directly to this large contiguous and flexible floor plate. This is just one configuration of the open space that we could talk about. For the visible space in which you need permission to move through it, the idea is to bring some of the art exhibition, some of the art, moving it forward and changing it so it's curated. So this front face can actually change every time you visit the museum. But it's also a highly flexible floor. We can make indentations in the space to increase the visible facade of the visible or closed storage spaces. We can create pockets within that space, or even a vitrine within a vitrine where you can circulate around the space, increasing the overall visibility to the space. Or, in one instance, circulate potentially around the core. But we do believe that actually connecting the art vertical transportation system with the actual spaces is the most efficient. And again, the idea of this open, flexible space, pulling out art from certain storage areas, putting it on display in these gathering places is allowed within this overall design. And again, the fit out, the spatial configuration, because we have this large contiguous floor plate, can vary from season to season or year to year. Similar to storage where we have the back of house on display, this is an open storage museum. It's about opening and revealing, and we wanted to do that with preservation as well. So preservation's on the top floor. And within there, we have a really simple flow of goods, of arts, coming from the lift into the specialized preservation spaces, but also visibility for the visitors to actually see the preservation of art. In this instance, this is a rendering of that situation, where you have the facade also opening up at that upper level to allow daylight in where acceptable. And then the facade is wrapped with this terracotta facade system that blocks the view from the sun but gives clear lines of sight to the actual space and exhibits within. And at the top, we have this cafe, this point of respite, this pavilion that sits in a garden overlooking these great views of the city.
Authentic is, as I said in the beginning, very important that this building is placed on this site here in Seoul. It's not in USA or in Europe. It is belonging to Seoul. So we have this four ways: the local, the global, innovation, and vernacular, that we combine in the building to end up with this kind of building here. The skin is performing, is keeping out the sunlight, but is allowing daylight to come in, and you can put windows wherever you need it for the workspaces or, of course, the atrium and whatever, and makes the building ever-changing also at nighttime as well. And opening up, revealing what is inside the building. We have the facade that is another layer that we put outside the screen, where we have this terracotta material on the outside, as Fred talked about, but it can also be a lot of other materials that we can work with. If we are so lucky as to win, this is something that we should work with afterwards. how to work with this material here. The vision is to make an iconic destination in Korea, and to make something revealing the unrevealed, the behind the scenes in this building here, to opening up the introvert, to make that extrovert at the same time, this contradiction that the city architects talked about. This is the main idea behind the building. And to make this open public plaza, vertical plaza, that invites people in and makes people wander around in the building as well. And at the end of the journey, the top of the building connects the building with the city view and the park around it as well. And then keeping the building here as a beacon, cultural beacon for the city. That's the most important thing. There was actually also a film that we jumped past, but...
If we could just go back to slide 42, I believe.
Yeah.
So we'd like to end the presentation actually with Kim describing the space and the experience with this film.
Yeah, if it starts. This is Murphy's Law now, it doesn't start. Sorry. It doesn't work. Yeah.
You might need to press play or click on the slide. All right, well, unfortunately, the animation doesn't seem to play, unfortunately, but it was a beautiful walkthrough. Trust us, it was a beautiful walkthrough of the space, the facade, and that experience that we actually talked about and the journey.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. 저기 이 두 분에게 translating device를 좀 달아주시고.
Could we get the interpretation receivers for the two speakers on stage? Can you hear me? So we'll start the questions. I would like to invite all the jurors to ask at least one questions. So please limit your answers under 3 minutes, please. So who wants to start? Hello, my name is Min Sung-jun. The design of the facade, it shows a beautiful building amongst the greenery, but this is where the urban landscape meets nature, because this building will be surrounded by office buildings. So within the urban context, the facade of the building must have some kind of symbolic meaning for the citizens nearby. So what do you want the building to represent, the building facade to represent amongst the city landscape?
Thank you for the question. I think the facade, we've chosen a terracotta facade, which is a very familiar material here in South Korea, in Seoul. And it's typically used to clad and protect from the context, from the surrounding environment. So it's this contemporary use of terracotta, and it performs in the same way in terms of protecting from the sun, but also it's extremely familiar. It's a glazed terracotta panel. The facade from the sun view it blocks all of that direct harsh light. From the ground level view, you can see directly through the building. So it has this duality to it. It one sense protects, and at the other, it actually opens and reveals. And the materiality itself is that cultural link. The expression and opening gesture actually opens up into the landscape, opens up into the cityscape, and draws you in. But it also provides views to the surrounding context through its permeability.
Professor La.
Thank you for your presentation. And I'm sorry that we can't see the animation. I would have been delighted to see that. So I also have a question about the skin system, which you were clear about in terms of the backup system being timber, and then an array of different materials that you could use on each facade. Can you talk to me about the rhythm or the gradation system? Does it change depending on the orientation of the building, north, south, east, west? Maybe, again, from my view on the model, I only have this particular corner, so maybe you could tell me a little bit about that pattern making in a sense.
The idea is it is adjustable, so it can change with the sun direction. So it's this duality that Fred talked about. We want to keep the sunlight out, but we like to keep the view into the building and out from the building as much as possible. So there will be a balance between that for the different facades. Of course, the facade here towards the street is the facade that probably will be the most open one. And then it will be more close to the other sides. But it will differ a little bit, but it's the same kind of rhythm.
So just to follow up with that question, from one corner, it looks extremely volumetric. And then in the other corner at the entrance, it becomes very planar. So I was just wondering what you were thinking about when you make these two different expressions.
It's the same system, and just on the material itself, I think terracotta naturally has this imperfection about it, which actually gives it a different appearance depending on the time of day, the season. So there's a beauty, I think, in how the facade actually handles that. In terms of the expression, we think that from the main street, from the arrival moment, it's this opening gesture. It should look different than other sides or elevations of the building. The facade system is actually an optimized system. It's a bracket that's adjustable. So we can have it open in the office space, actually revealing the context, or at the preservation area, or even around circulation areas where the sensitivity of ultraviolet light and daylight isn't as sensitive within the exhibition space. So it is intentional to have a very simple form and make moves that are only needed to express its purpose. In this case, this big welcoming gesture that actually invites the citizens of Seoul into the space. Does that answer the question?
Thank you.
손진 선생님.
Mr. Sunjin. Thank you for the presentation. So once you walk in, the opening of the building is very beautiful. So I think we can create a beautiful space. I've got some questions regarding the drawers. You talked about the concept of drawers. I have a more realistic questions regarding that. On the northern side, we have the storage space, and on the south side, we have the museum space. So in between the two spaces in the boundary, we have this drawers. It's a very nice concept, and we see a lot of open drawers. So in the drawer space, the artworks within the storage, it could be brought out to the drawers, and the viewers can interact with the collections. So when we have so many drawers, and when we have exhibition frequently, and we have a diverse items in the collections, but we have security issues and operational issues. So
on the scheme, it looks very, very flexible. But when you have multiple exhibitions happening at the same time, and so how do you imagine yourself managing that?
We have, there's a security part when you enter the staircase or the elevator in the bottom that you have to show your ticket, so you cannot just run up and take something and run out of the building again. So I don't, maybe you can add something?
Yeah, I think the flexibility of the scheme, how we would describe the drawers. I think every great museum has permanent pieces that viewers go to see year in and year out. And the possibility of having that at this museum exists. I think another interesting thing about the drawers, again, every great museum, you don't always see sculptural elements or pieces of art just from one vantage point. Some of the best spaces, actually, you see it directly in front of you. You look up, you see it from another vantage point. We have that possibility with the drawers. So some of those drawers could be fixed pieces that are there for long periods of time. Other drawers could be curated exhibition spaces where you still have the art preserved in a vitrine or secure. And then the other drawers are those places for respite, places for a school class to gather and be told what they're about to see before they move in the art storage spaces. So there are a lot of drawers being pulled out, but they serve different functions. Some are fixed, some are curated that change, and other times it's just a place to sit and actually look and learn.
Thank you. There's an additional question. The image that we see on the screen, we have a big office building near the tunnel, and you showed this image to us too. But you are proposing this image, this design, and I don't like the office building that we see behind. I'd rather it didn't exist, because this building is very elegant, very curvy, and it's very warm, and it's perfect as it is, all alone, I think. And I know it's not a big problem that there's a big building behind it, but when we have this building designed like this here, maybe it would have been better if the building behind it wasn't there. But we know that there's going to be a building built behind it. So could you add your comments on what I just said?
We know, we had both an image where we have the building and where we don't have the building on. So, of course, this is a very nice image here. I think every architect, when it does an iconic building, wants the iconic building to stand by itself. But, of course, this building is, I think, is strong enough also to be sitting next to the other building. The other building will be sort of a, what I call it, background architecture to what is happening here. I think what we tried to do here, I didn't talk so much about it. Tried not to do a glass box that all the other buildings around it more or less are. We wanted to do a building that has texture and has some, in a simple way, strong character that is actually so strong that it can stand out, even that what is happening around it is something different. So I think the building can take it.
Yeah. And just if I could add one thing, I think that buildings and contexts are a little bit like life. We can't always choose our neighbors, but we can actually design around it. So because that western side is actually slightly elevated from the public domain, it has that natural separation from the public space in the forecourt to the office building next to it. We've also placed the loading or the car park access on that side for that reason as well, because public access would be relatively limited on that side.
Professor Menis?
Apart from this iconic image, how would you characterize the building relationship with the city? Its contrasted surrounding, on the natural environment, particularly the hills?
Yeah, I think it's we're trying to connect to the city in a way that, as I said, this building has a place in Seoul, should sort of show the soul of Seoul, going back also to what Seoul is all about, what the culture is all about. So in that way, it connects to the city. We do not try to mimic the international style that is, of course, mostly in Seoul here today. We try to do this is containing art and containing history of Seoul, this building here. So it has to be a special building that is showing what it's going to contain and showing stories about what's in the building in a different way.
And the subtlety of the curves is similar to heritage, vernacular heritage Korean architecture. It has a relationship to nature in the simplicity of the forms and the subtle curves. And I think that entry point is actually starting to, in a way, it's not mimicking nature and the fluidity of the hill, but there's a familiarity to it, which we think is subtle but also quite vital to create this piece of architecture. Also, there's a high retaining wall actually up to a certain level, probably about 2/3 the way up the building. And once you get above that point, the facade opens up a bit more, allows daylight where we can have it potentially in the preservation area, but also at the top of the building. So it's when you're at the top of the building where you get this commanding view. So I think that's important actually that you...
I can also add, the shape of the facade here is both connecting to the site and moving away from the surroundings at the same time. So it sort of stands by itself in this very simple shape as it is. It is a cube, but it's a cube that's sort of landing on the side and moving away from the side the same way. It has this contradiction of being open and introvert at the same time. That's the main idea behind it.
And then, sorry, just finally, the timber itself, actually, it relates to nature. It's this warm, inviting space. The meandering through the vertical plaza is a lot like walking through a garden. There's experiences that can't be predicted.
시간이 한 8분 정도 남았는데.
We have about 8 minutes left, and we were unable to see the animation because of technical issues. So let's watch the animation and ask the last question. I think that would be good.
You can ask a question after the animation. Is that okay? 그러면 예.
Now we are mid into it. Here's the architectural idea about the drawers and the cabinet that comes out, literally being the virtual plaza inside the building. You come in, you get this view up through the building here, dragging you up into the building, and getting you interested in what is happening in the building from the first moment you enter the building here as well. And when you come to the top of the building, it connects with the surroundings, it connects with the park, it connects with the city. From up there, you have a restaurant and you have a garden that connects to the whole building. Yeah.
Great. Professor Hong?
Yes, thank you for bringing us into this building with some very immersive images. We could really imagine it. The question is, it's a 1.5 questions. It'll be short though, two short questions that are rolled into one. You used cultural references. The first one, most importantly, the idea of the drawers, but also the idea of curved roofs in traditional Korean architecture and even the underside of those roofs. How important is it for those references to be legible to the general public? Do we really need to know that these are drawers because a drawer gets scaled up? And then finally, again, a more logistical question about that in terms of drawers. There's one immersive image where you're looking down. Drawers are most, let's say, the content's most visible when you're above them. And there's an image that looks down into the contents of the urban scale drawers that you've made. Could you point out or let us know where that view down is, just as an additional bit of information for my previous question?
Yeah, I think there was more than one question here. If you start from the
The
first.
metaphors, yes.
Yeah.
How important are the metaphors?
I think the metaphors is, we made an aquarium that was shaped like a whirlpool, and actually people don't see it as a whirlpool when they see it at eye level. They see, some see a shape of a whale or whatever. This is the same with this building here. It's not. It's important for us when we design the building that it has a clear story behind it, and I think the story here is pretty clear. And then people can interpret it in many different ways. But I think the feeling and the sensorial feeling of the building will still capture people, and that's the important thing. It is how you perceive it. They don't have to know that we're actually referring to what we're referring to, and they don't have to know that it's straws that comes out. But when it is a strong story, they'll still see it and observe it in a certain way. So I think a strong story makes a strong observation. You don't need to know the whole story behind the story to see it.
Yeah, and then in terms of the facade and that curve and the welcoming gesture, we never want to mimic heritage, but the building actually has a familiarity to it. There's something that I think visitors will actually recognize without understanding necessarily that there is a reference to it. It has to stand on its own, but there's a subtlety to it that I think will be familiar. And then to answer the very last question, the view actually looking down at all of the drawers is at the top of the building near the preservation space towards the west on level 7.
It seems like that's the prime view that would really be amazing for the public. Can the public go to that view and look down from there?
Yeah, there's several drawers actually at that top. There's 2 drawers where you can actually, not from the preservation inside the space, but directly next to it, from the stairs that actually lead up to it. And then the drawers directly below as well. I think that's the kind of beauty of this cabinet of curiosities, where you have the opportunity to view art and curate it, and then view it from different angles throughout the space.
Thank you.
네, 저도 하나 질문을 드리겠습니다.
I would like to ask a question too. The facade system in this building, visually, spatially, technically, and tectonically, is the most important element, I think. And timber, steel, terracotta are used, and I think this system is very unique. Inside 3XN, you have GXN, which is your R&D department. But in Korea, we don't use timber as much in architecture. So I'm curious to know how 3XN and GXN is preparing to use these materials for this project. How did you prepare?
We use timber a lot. I think you used to, in Korea, you used to use timber a lot as well. So go back to what you were good at. Sometimes it's very, very nice to revisit the history of your country and your craftsmanship that used to be. But we use timber a lot. I think 30% of all the buildings we are designing now are timber buildings, because timber has the quality of being very sustainable. Timber is taking out CO2 from the air, whereas concrete is doing the opposite. So as we try to use timber as much as possible. Another thing about timber, it has the ambience, it has the feel, have the warmth. It's a sort of a human material at the same time, and it has to do with craftsmanship. Let's get craftsmanship back into Korea again. I think that would be a nice thing in this building here, and not have another just concrete building. That's our idea here behind it anyway, to work with it this way here.
And if you go to slide 124, please, 124, it'll just describe that structural system a bit more, where the art storage facility itself would be ideally in a low carbon concrete shell. Sorry, maybe just, and then the vertical plaza is the timber, which is the public interface space. So we do think that, as Tim mentioned, it's important to actually have that material that is inviting, that feels familiar, that's warm, that draws you into the space. But then the art storage the preservation, the stability, the capacity, the load-bearing capacity of concrete is how we've actually structured the art storage spaces themselves. So front face is this wood, timber, welcoming. The art storage itself is tried and true.
네, 한 1분 정도 남았는데.
We have 1 minute remaining. Anybody would like to ask an additional question?
Anything else you want to? Can I use this? No, I should.
Okay, I think we are so thankful to be invited for this competition. It's a very prestigious competition. I was so happy to join a dinner with the mayor last night and see that there's a high wish here to make architecture very important in Seoul, even more important than it has been in the future, and to put Seoul on the big map as an architectural city as well. So just to be invited for this year was a great honor for us, and we know we're up against great competitors here. We did what we think is important. What is important here for us is to do a sensorial experience that is connected to Seoul, to bring the soul into this Seoul building here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
감사합니다. 네, 혹시
So if we are ready, we will move on to our second presentation, presented by Yu Hyunjun of Hyunjun Yu Architects. I will start my presentation. I was very pleased to be invited to this competition because I get a chance to work alongside the architects I've long admired and the jury members that I've admired. And secondly, the site is where I served my military duties, because this site used to be the intelligence command of the Korean Army. Yes, this is the first time I show a picture of myself during the Army service during an architectural presentation. So I was serving at the site, and the Seoripul part behind the site is where I used to do sentry duty. So I first thought about the site in designing the architecture. Before 1970, this entire area was a forest, and in 71 the military moved in, and now they're turning it into an office town. And architecturally speaking, the land was 100% nature, and then nature was reduced to 70% when the military moved in, and now it's been reduced even further. So I thought that I would like to design an architecture to restore nature to this site. And the site sits in the boundary between nature and city. So we thought that we wanted to build a storage structure and also build a house for the trees. And the program states that the space will house about 100,000 artworks. Ordinary museums can only show about 5% of their collections. But here, we must be able to show 100% of the collections, which means the space must be able to display 20 times more. So the density is higher. So therefore, our design concept is first to build a house for 100,000 artwork pieces, and at the same time, it should be a house for 1,000 trees. So the concept is to allow viewers to move freely among the artwork and the trees. That the trees will be in the periphery, the storage and the museum will be in the center. So in order to implement this, we came up with about 8 different ideas. Number 1 is hard and soft. The storage space must be efficient and must be functional. So it's a square. It's a very functional plane. And the middle lounge space is where one can view the artworks in the storage. Maybe a robot arm can come and grab the artwork that I want to see and show them to the viewers by the window. So the middle part is the exhibition space, and as you go to the periphery, that's the more like storage space. And there's an atrium for natural lighting and interaction. We are photogenic beings, so when an architecture has an open ceiling, our gaze will travel naturally up. And when you look up, there's a sense of awe, and we wanted to utilize that. And many floors of exhibition spaces will be connected through a void in the middle so that the floors can interact, and the light coming through the oculus ceiling will instill a sense of wonder. But if it's going to hinder any of the exhibits, we can block the lights with a louver. So the vertical void space can also be used for different exhibition purposes. And next concept is department for trees. The true owner of this land is the trees. However, the trees had to be sacrificed for the architecture. So they are the refugees. So our major concept is to embrace and bring back the refugee trees and build an apartment for them. So in the middle part is a storage space. In the outer perimeter of the periphery is where we build an apartment and move our trees in. And so this is the elevation of the structure. And it will provide different scenery depending on the seasons of weather. So we don't really want to put in a lot of effort tending to these gardens. So during the winter, the leaves will fall. We'll let it fall. And during the winter, the silhouettes of the bare branches will showcase a different elevation, different picture, and we have a different landscape for sunset. So the forest will shelter the museum from summer heat, and then in the winter it will let the light in. And using ions created through photosynthesis, we can generate power, and we can use that electricity for night lighting. And the museum elevations, we selected different tree species for the 4 orientations. For east, south, and west, we have different. We have cherry trees and cassia bark trees. And north, we'll have the maple trees and hornbeam trees. Different species will require different soil depth, so we'll use 4 different planters for different depth. So it's like unit tabulation for trees. And next concept is in between the vertical park. There's a space in between the storage and the outer layer of the tree apartments, and this is a space between the city and art, as well as between art and nature, and people can move in between these spaces, so they're exposed to art and nature. And we've got 3 types of northern terraces, one for visitors and one for the office workers. And we have another one for people taking walks, who are just walking through this building, so they can see each other and interact. And on the first floor, on the upper part of the podium, we hope to have a shallow water body, like an urban pond. And in this L-shaped in-between vertical park, people are no longer confined to the indoor museum. They can step outside and enjoy nature and the urban scenery, and then go back inside. And also they can interact people from different floors. You can see the artworks in the lounge, or they can step outside. In the northern side, we have all the service circulation works. And so you can enjoy the artworks indoors, and to move to a different floor, you step outside and you see the outside. And you see the outside through the filter of the three apartments, like the Teheran and the busy streets, can be viewed through this filter. And also, you can communicate with different people on different floors. And depending on the season and the time, you see different sceneries. And the rooftop, we have a rooftop garden. And so in the middle, there will be a cafe, and we also have an office spaces and cafes. And through the oculus, you can look down into the exhibition spaces. And the rooftop garden is connected to the cafe. And from the cafe, you can see the Seoripul Park as well as the Namsan Mountain. And next is the walkway passing through the exhibition space. As you can see, Seoripul Park currently has this walkway. And when we build the office town, the master plan has another new walkway planned. But we have a missing link on the right side. So as we develop the site, they had to flatten the site, and we have like a big retaining wall, 15-meter retaining wall. We thought that we could negotiate that height using the museum building and fill in this walkway and completing the loop. So people can walk through this building, just go one up floor, and you can just use this bridge to connect into the park. So when you walk through the building, you can see the art collections. So even if you're just going to the park, or if you want to take a hike, you also get to see the artworks. So it becomes an art museum that you visit each week instead of once a year. So you'll get to visit the museum 52 times more. Next is the AI recommended viewing tour. The museum will be visited by a variety of citizens of Seoul. And so we have so many pictures and so many artworks. It's very difficult to select a few that you want to view. So the AI can help out. So let's say a female visitor in her 20s happens to have 3 free hours, and she can use a smartphone and talk to AI, and AI will show some of the selections, and she clicks some of the ones that she likes, and the AI can analyze her preferences and design a 3-hour walking tour for that person. So if I continue to log in, and you can see your past record, and you will see that your preferences will be upgraded, and you can utilize the museum more. This is the design concept. There were limitations of BCR 60%, less than 50%, FAR 200%, under 200%, and the building height is 85 meters. And we have terraces on the east and the north side, and there's a tree houses, and this is the promenade traversing the building. This is our bird eye view. We want to see the merging of nature and the city. And you see the Seoripul Park will become more important because of this building. You can approach from east and west, and on the west you have the office entrance, and the promenade will traverse through the building, and the surface circulation is all on the northern side, and loading will be done on the northern side as well. This is from the ground level. We've got exhibition spaces and amenities. This is circulation for viewers and service circulation. And this is the entrance from the office side, and this is a view from the main entrance. On the left, you see the walkway. On the right is another walkway by the park. And this is first floor. We have the viewing and service circulation. On the mezzanine, we see the walkway. On the second floor, we have the storage. We have the service and viewer circulation. And 2.5 floor is another walkway. On the third floor, we have storage and with the viewers and service circulation. On the fourth floor, we have preservation and provision zone, and the viewers and the service circulations are located as well. And the fifth floor, there's the courtyard. It's got the offices, cafeteria, and cafe, and this is service and viewer circulation. This is B2. This is more of a storage space. And in the basement, this is the parking space, service core, and viewers cores are separated, so they don't meet. This is our cross sections. There's some answers for the Q&A. So most of the storage space will be located on B2, and on the ground level, we have the special exhibition space that can be used with the storage, and the ceiling is glass ceiling. For parking, for loading, we can install a turntable that can rotate 160 degrees. And I am going to play a video to conclude my presentation.
네, 이상 발표 마치도록 하겠습니다.
That's it for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to start from the left this time. Professor John Hong, would you like to ask the first question?
Very unique presentation, and we really got a sense of the building. My question is, only because it's very cold today, do I think of this question. In the wintertime, how do you imagine people using this differently than in the summertime? In the summertime, it's very clear that there's so many outdoor spaces that are so generous, and you go inside and outside, and you're really connected to the park. When you're disconnected to the park, can you describe this sort of experience on a cold winter day?
네, 예리한 지적이십니다.
That's a good comment. So I don't think the building will be as busily used in the winter compared to the summer and the fall. But when we move between the floors, in the northern part of the facade, there is a stairway, and it's designed with glass. And if it's cold, even if it's cold outside, those who want to go outside will be able to go outside. So I think according to the season, there'll be different usage of the outdoor space, obviously.
Also about the landscape, because the trees will also be defoliated as well. And so the image of the building also has is a question about that when the trees are defoliated.
네, 근데 제가 생각했던 거는
Well, if we will have the greenery, and even if the leaves fall, the park will lose leaves as well. So contextually, they are consistent, and this is just part of nature. And so people hike during wintertime as well. So the nature has four phases: spring, summer, winter, fall. So maybe it will not be as beautiful and green as summer, but I think we can also enjoy the silhouette of the trees during wintertime.
Menek? Professor Menek?
Thank you for your presentation. I observe an effort to design the structure harmonized with the nature. Yet I would like to understand how it addresses the urban layout and its connecting with the city hills.
네, 지금 저희
Can we see the bird's eye view of my building? So it's at the end of Tehran Road where the building is located, and the urban context stops here. And behind we have the Seoripul Park, which is nature. We have to mix the city and the park together and make them come together in harmony. We can look at the facade from the other side of the street, but I think the facade will be mainly viewed by people from the Tehran Road. So the southern part, we will only see the side, and in the eastern part, there is the main facade, and we have the prosecutor's office as a setback, and there's an open space with balconies in the east. We'll have an open view on Tehran Road, which is in the middle of the city. That's the concept of our design.
This project centers around trees. That seems to be the most strong concept. So I've got a question regarding the trees. The vertical park plants the trees artificially. I think it has like both sides of the sword, because you're preserving or restoring nature, and yet you're artificially bringing in the nature. And so you'll have to plant quite a bit of trees and greenery. And in the forest, in the background, they will grow naturally. But this tree house will require a lot of manual management and operation. So how would you manage that? Do you think this is sustainable? Well, all the water will be using rainwater, and the irrigation system will be put in, so you don't necessarily have to water them. And the concept is not to do anything artificially. I have a small roof garden myself at my house, and I only manage it once a year. I just cut the grass in April, and I just let it be. And I think it's just it's part of nature to see the leaves wither and pass away. So I think, well, of course, we have catwalk for the managing the vertical garden, but that's going to be expensive. And the City of Seoul has volunteer gardeners. So perhaps we can utilize the volunteer gardeners. So I don't think it's going to require a lot of expenses.
I'd like to ask an additional question about the floor plan. Could we have a floor plan of the upper level? And could you put it up on the screen? We have the vertical circulation of the visitor and their circulation route. And in the open storage, we have the storage space and we have the visitor space and where they meet. Of course, we have an elevator for the visitors, and people can take the elevator easily, and they will choose which way to go. But going up the building on their stairway, it's mostly in the eastern part of the building, and I think vertically you situated it there. But going up the floors, we turn around the core, and we have to return to where we started. So the circulation is kind of forced upon the visitor. Of course, there's a forest nearby, so that in itself is meaningful. And from downstairs, you go up slowly. But this circulation is forced upon the visitor, maybe a little bit too much. Could you make a comment on this? You know, architects, when they design, they always want to force something upon the visitors, inevitably, and that is true. When I go to an art gallery, I become claustrophobic because I'm continuously moving inside and I feel very frustrated. Every time I move between the floors, I try to go outside because I want to feel nature. This is why I designed this floor plan. I think for the storage area, we have to block the sunlight and daylight. And when we go down, we look at the vertical garden from the east, and we can get the sunlight, the natural light. But we have to control the daylight for the storage space. And that's why I designed it this way. We wanted to block the daylight from coming in here from this direction, and that's why you raised the issue. But if you don't like it, you don't need to use the circulation outside. There is an emergency stairway here, and you can go downstairs very quickly, more quickly. And I think the best way to operate this is when you come in at the ground level, you look at the exhibition, and you take the elevator, you go to the top floor, and then you come down each floor enjoying the different experiences of each floor. Of course, I wanted to insert nature in each floor because in our modern society, and as we spend more time in the digital and internet world, even artworks, we can look at them online. So people don't even need to visit the museums to look at these pieces of art. So I wanted people to enjoy art pieces, nature in this building physically. And that's why I integrated nature in my design in this way.
Mr. Min, please. Thank you for the presentation. I think a different jury also asked the question, but I think regarding the facade, so the four orientations are the same in terms of the facade. You said 1,000 trees, that's your concept. In terms of maintenance and management, we might have some issues. For north and the west side, where the offices are located, you have proposed the same facade, and of course, the storage side has to be blocked, and despite the fact they have a retaining wall, you also have the planters there. So what is your attitude towards that? Yes, as you said, I wanted to plant as many trees as possible. That was my intention. And the four orientations, of course, they have different sunlight. So we need to have different facades. You might think that different facade might be better, but we differentiated the species of trees. So only 20% is architecture, and 80% of the facade will be created by nature. And on the north side, the in-between space is the largest. Because there's a lot of space, they will get more sunlight. When I grow plants in the balcony, most people fail to care for them because there's not enough wind. So I think it's kind of a camouflage of nature. So because I didn't think that this location is not conducive to a beautiful building, no matter what type of building goes in. And it's an 85-meter building with walls, and it was surrounded by different office buildings. And so do we really need another structure there? So I wanted to erase that and just camouflage that with nature.
Professor Lau?
For this presentation. I have two questions. Obviously the renderings and the models show the planters as being white. In the images, it appeared as though it was made of a concrete frame. And I'm curious to know a little bit more about the materiality of the planters. We have seen a number of planters on buildings and in the imagination of architects for some time. So I'm just wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about the texture of that material. And then I think my second question is about the relationship of the building to the ground plane in particular. Given that nature is the concept, could you talk about the landscape of the ground plane?
네. 일단은 저희들이 생각했던
Our main material, our structure is steel concrete, and it's close to water, so we should not use metal, and we are going to make it waterproof. And the vertical columns are in exposed concrete, but for the pots, they are white. We use GFRC to make them white, and we want to make them look like white pottery, white porcelain pottery. And we are using a specific material for the walls. When the leaves fall, we want these to be shown in the concrete concast, and we thought that it would be very beautiful to see. And when the material breaks down, we wanted them to look like rocks, especially when it's a sunny day, the concrete looks brighter. And when the concrete looks brighter, the shadow of the tree could look like a painting, a watercolor painting on the wall. So the summer facade and the winter facade will show us different moods, and we wanted this to be as natural as possible, thanks to the material we used. And as for the ground floor question, our site, the angle is slightly different. On the west, where's the office town, we have a slight hill, and between the building and Tehran Road, we wanted to plant trees. And because there's a lot of traffic there, there's a lot of pollution and a lot of noise, so we wanted to block this with trees. And once we are inside the lobby, on the left, there's a slight hill, and we wanted to create a stone road, and we wanted to hide the view of the cars. And when we go to the west, on the first floor, there's an entrance to the office town. And we will have the check-in area, and we wanted people to be able to have a view of nature there. On the right, there is a steep hill, and this is a natural topology. And on the eastern part, the furthest eastern part, we wanted to plant the bigger trees, and we wanted the shadow of the trees to be able to provide protection to the pedestrian walkway. And to the right of the lobby, we wanted to create a natural hill. And like this on the east. And outside, the forest is close to the columns. If it's too close, it's too sharp of a contrast. So we wanted to clad the columns in wood. Could you show us the eastern facade? Could you show us the image of the eastern facade? And the lobby area is L-shaped, and it's transparent. And so we don't have plants there. And in this area, we wanted people to be able to view nature outside, and gift shops will be designed in transparent material and wood. And as you can see, the pedestrian walkway goes up from left to right, and in the lobby area on the first floor, we have a very high ceiling.
Helpful and clarifying. One other question about the facade. You were describing the planters as having obviously different depths for different vegetation. Are we to understand the sort of semicircular form on the facade as one which is an abstraction, and that those if one were to develop that further, would they take different shapes and or different profiles?
네, 그거는 사실 저희가 여러 가지 박스로도 해보고.
We used we tried many things. We used boxes, but instead of the box, we chose the curved, because across the street we have the Performing Arts Center, and that facade is very curved with the bright tone. So I wanted this facade to connect with the Performing Arts Center's facade, so that I used curvatures. And so on the right side, we have the Performing Arts, and on the left side, we have the Performing Arts Center. It's got a solid surface. And on the right side, our art museum is a building surrounded by nature. So it's kind of, the building disappears into nature. So I wanted the contrast as well.
Thank you for that answer. I think we are running out of time. I had a question, but we will end the second presentation here. Thank you.
And the RDV will present next. Winnie Moss will be the presenter. 네, 대단히 감사합니다.
Represent our group here, Kyo-Suk Lee, who is the project leader, Yong Josea, who is the designer, and with Sarah Paardenkoper. I will represent you to make it smooth and quickly, but during the Q&A it might need it to let more people answer the questions. I'm also very happy that there is a presentation with such a great group of and wise people, and that there is a big group of young people that surround us to witness, say, the debate, the argumentation behind architecture on all levels. And I think that is highly appreciated among us as presenters. So what I will present you is to think a little bit out of the box, literally. Because this next institution in Seoul is witnessing with, say, a transition of classical buildings towards more to the right side, more sweeping, openable, contemporary versions. It is building up a network in Seoul that creates, indeed, a lot of attraction. You want to walk around in one of the largest cities in the world. Also here, in this specific site, I enjoyed the picture of the former speaker, how he was here during the military services, where this is a combination of Seoul itself. On one hand, it's urban or getting urban. On the other hand, it has part of the hills, one of your treasures that makes the city so strong. And the question is correct, how to deal with that with this new institution. It used to be a landscape of forests and rice paddies in the further past. It became this forested military base, and now it turns into an urban patch with a specific urban design that is already made. As you can see here on the foreground, models of, say, a series of square buildings, one roundish new element, a museum, and now the next facility that comes into it. This wants to connect in different ways. In the nature, we have to facilitate this connection. It plays a role on the two axes that are on this crossing point, and it plays a role in the network of cultural institutions. It is about revealing what's in it. Hidden collections, 90% of, not only in Korea, but also in the Netherlands, are somehow to be revealed. And you see here some of the images that some of the parts of these collections that can come to you by revealing it. How to open it? How to deal, as has been said in the introduction, to create an opening while it's enclosed. This is your program. And the program is, say, if you look carefully, in green, that is the amount of storage. An open storage building needs more for restoring, for inviting, for hosting people, for being public friendly. This storage is selected in strict climatic conditions. 4 conditions are suggested in this case, just to give you all an impression what we are talking about it. And that means that the art and the pieces of all the collections of the different museums will sort it according the climate. And within that climate, there's the corner of that museum, there's the corner of that museum, there's the corner of that museum. Is how we basically store it. Of course, I have to compare it with the work that I've done, the depot in Rotterdam, and try to say a little bit of the learning lessons. I don't want to copy it, of course not, but I try to give you basically the experiences that's behind it. On the left, the museum in Seoul. On the right, the one in Rotterdam, slightly bigger, more storage space. One thing is that the skin needs to be very heavy, honestly, because to protect it in the climates, and secondly, to avoid it from stealing art or even terrorism in certain cases. Your treasure box, it needs to be guarded. How to facilitate then something in between close and open is explicitly to be done. You want to make also space where you can have the overview, because I love this fact that there are so many articles. There, both in virtual as in real, mean you have to show it. And yes, every piece of art, even if I can go in it, should be visible somehow through windows. That means that the storage spaces don't make them too deep. Make them so that you also, the back pieces could be somehow viewed in it. And you turn it, of course, into a device where you can share everything together on the roof. But what is then the new soul concept that wants to create a soul for this collection? When I was 4 years old, my mom and dad went to Korea. They are florists. They seed plants. So rhododendrons, azaleas come from here, and they brought them to the Netherlands in a box like this. There was the gift of my dad to my mom to represent it. But if I play with it, then I can open it and see all, not only the seeds, but also the jewelry, the wedding rings at the moment are in that box. So this is what the concept, what we imagine. If we follow the site, make this storage space, but then open it up where it makes sense for the public components, for say all the facilities that this area have, then somehow it reveals it in a kind of useful and playful manner. Let me explain it in steps to see how that works. So this is the brief. That is what we know of the different programs. You divide it in the storage part and into the museum functions. The storage is this is the museum functions in general. What we do is to give every floor of this building storage and somehow a way to represent it, to pull it out of the box, is what that says. But the site has 2 sides. On one end, the crossing point. You want to be there on that crossing point to go in. But the view to the hill is fantastic. If I walk on this hill, then I want to be there. And this is maybe a way of trying to organize the building further. We open it up in the center so that you can represent the art, always. And that you have an overview within the building as a communication device. And that the storage spaces are sufficient, but not too deep, so that I can open them up. Then we create an openness from the zebra paths there to the wide pavement. And we open it by having, say, the cafe, the classrooms, the education departments towards the city. They say hi to you and try to invite you in. If I turn the building and I look to first to the entrance of the lorries, let's also use that as a motive to show where it opens up. I can swing the lorries into this openable storage entrance space where everything is guarded, checked out before it goes further. It can open itself up for the personnel that work in this building, and it tries to make a relationship with, say, the buildings behind of this or next to it, turn it also into a plaza. Let's not forget that. Then, of course, the park. Walking into it, I did it during the day and in the night. and explored in a way the potential beauty of this, why don't we do the restaurant and the cafe and the top-up, say, event space? Why not opening it up as well and create this kind of addressing over there? And then we have, say, a motive to go from the bottom to the top and to express. Here's the program. In green, the storage spaces, how they surround this atrium. On the lower part, the functional and educational part, and higher up, the restaurant and the collective festive spaces that we can imagine. And then it is inside where you see the elevators in glass so that things are transported. You see a track that goes around all and connected to all the storage spaces to look into it, and that brings it up. The structure is following that. Cores are there. We have the columns, and we use a low base carbon to address that with the beams that follow this structure to make this opening act considerable. Then we go to the facade. What can it express? And I will go into detail with it. We try to make a box that is like lacquer somehow, but a new high-tech, a technological lacquer, and where the inside made out of a, golden oiled wood that could then open itself and revealed to the area. We plant trees, yes, the seeds of rhododendrons and azaleas from the forest that I somehow want to have back as a kind of emotional connection. And we add the art, because they are inside, but sometimes you want to bring them out. You want to advertise on that highways. Hi, I'm there, and this is what we have in our box. So here, some images when I am around, how it becomes from a serious institute to also something which tries to be playful, tries to be, say, contemporary and attractive, to facilitate all the potential of the curators to bring art on any space, on these terraces, on the roofs, and in the atrium. And yes, this is the entrance from the lorries, where next to the hill, and this is the place where I was walking around to the front. Let's zoom in for a moment into this facade. So there's two elements of the facade. You could say the exterior, inspired by the box of pearls and lacquer, with the golden elements inside that come with it, and the interior, a combination of, say, natural products and pieces of brass that could be combined to turn it into this, say, golden wood that we imagine. For the outside part, we base it fully on solar panels to start with. They are the base of the composition. They refer to the traditional window pattern that you can see in different museums. And in between, we nestle ceramic elements that can shine, so the extra energy that I get out of these panels, wherever it's possible, shines out to address maybe a piece of art, maybe a collection that you want to show. How much do we give? When we calculate the capacity of this energy, 1/3 of your building we can do with it. It can provide this extra, say, illumination over the day, as you can see here in this composition. In other places where we don't need them, we use, say, glazed ceramic panels in the same black color. We make them on this space in full ceramic. We have, in the office parts, we open them up in different types of glass to perform and to show what it can be. And also the MEP are pieces of it, because I have a lot of ventilation to deal with in this building. And the roof, similar. On the areas where I don't walk, we have the solar panels in between these LED elements, and in the areas where I walk, they become this glazed ceramic tiles, a little bit rougher to avoid slippery and to present the art. And with that, I can imagine something like that. Then I come closer, it has a relationship with the environment, but it opens itself up. It reveals all the collections inside. To all sides, yes, the roof part is an important facade from the hill, from the mountain, I can look at it, from the towers surrounding it. Give a gift is what I would say to the city. And yes, I dream also for this bridge to accommodate this connection with the park. I know it's outside of our demand at this moment, but you should facilitate it and you should maybe provoke it in order to help it. And then I look down over the terraces, see the different, say, positions. I can look up, that hoovers over the entrance and welcomes you in a shaded way. How during the evening it starts to glow. Try to imagine conceptual answers towards the interior of the connection, softly and not overdone, to address this jewel box in the environment, positioning the art in a wider context. And then inside. Let's go inside for a moment. Here, this is the concept of the inside. The atrium is actually a bit covered. It is the wood done with this, say, golden oil, where everything can be positioned in, where you can walk along. And I take you for a moment. The galleries are like streets that surround this facility. And on one side, you see the windows towards all the storages. You open them up. Also, you cannot enter in 40 to 45%, but anyway, the windows can show at that moment the full depth of it. I can, on the side of the atrium, I can make this cabinet with pieces to show, to extract from the collection, put that in this window that is there, and that creates this core, this library almost of the art that spans out to the exteriors, both at the bottom as at the top. So from the very beginning, you are confronted with that, that expression. And then, yes, things are connected through the lifts, through escalators or stairs that bring you from this one position to the other to turn it into an accessible, say, spectacle, including this potential. This leads, according to us, to a sustainable storage museum. And it's different than a normal museum that we all know. But it's sustainable because it uses as maximum material that can facilitate this low carbon. It is passive because the light is very tempered from the top to the bottom. It adds not much green, but some green, you could say. And with this facade, I think I facilitate both, say, security, protection, as giving something back to the museum and the environment. It's a fully say, demountable museum for flexibility reasons, as well as for the future proof of it, and that leads to a place between the city and the nature. Here you see the plan, how it is positioned, anchored on the side, coming out, and then hopefully connect with this loop, as also others are suggesting. So I see here like a potential that can be shared. Let's make a walk. When I am on the crossing with the buildings that are coming, not trying to beat the left cultural facility, but be some strong in the message that it wants to carry, a storage that comes out and that reveals then this treasure box that we can imagine, that opens it up to on all the, say, the terraces, that opens it up with windows from the interior. Also in the streets on the back and on the side, it turns into a place where you want to walk around and to see this pearl that is coming into the city. I take you in. And then inside, this is how the entrance is there, surrounded by the cafe, the children's shop, and the educational facilities. You can buy your ticket. You can go further. You come in the atrium where a small theater is addressed as falling out of the box. You can address there the bookshop, which is there, and we start to walk higher up to the next plan, where we find the theater, we find the staff facilities, the loading area, which is secluded, and we can look in the loading where the windows here start. We can look into the auditorium. We can walk further and travel to the FT, where we can see again the auditorium, plus say the preservation department, where people are restoring it and part of, say, the maneuvering and of the city. We go back into the atrium, into the library, where we continue our walk with the special exhibitions that pop out directly on the plaza, which is advocated like this kind of double height spaces and visible to here. You can go on top of it, so you can pop out even more and then walk further up to F4, where a big part of the storage is in. Here are the large-scale works are confronted, the different climates that can shift the walls. So that we can...
Excuse me, I'm sorry for the interruption, Mr. Mas. Your presentation is over like 18 minutes. Okay. Can you wrap up? And then maybe you can answer in the Q&A session, okay, if you need. Okay, so
sorry for
please
that.
wrap up.
So this is in summary the plans, and with that, I'm with this overview how this can be the machine of showing, and then how we can imagine it. So we can talk about it while this is showing, like with Kim, how it happened. Sorry for that, but it gives an impression how we imagine this new institution.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
Because we have only 18 minutes for the Q&A session, I think the question and answer must be very brief. So would you start?
Hello, thank you very much for that presentation. I'm grateful. I'm curious your feeling about digital culture. We live currently in a world that is saturated by media culture, and the notion of the exterior in terms of its PV panels and the scintillating quality of the high-tech lacquer, maybe provide some views or thoughts for us on what this would mean for this site. And again, because we live in a kind of culture that is saturated with billboards and other things that have this kind of character.
I think how do we translate the digital culture into something which is soft and which is applicable within, say, the built reality is what we try to do. So this slight addition means that it also, I think, fits in a city which does it more, which it has art that expresses itself with famous artists in that, and that pulls people also into this. This, at the moment, is not a city. It is somehow, when you go there, it takes energy to almost to go there in a way. So here, it introduces this connection, I think, through it. There's a lot of ways of saying it. What can that be done? Subtlety, I think, is an important way of addressing and combining it. But the digital world creates also openness. It is also a symbol of showing the interior, of getting information to and from people, selecting what you want. That's the device that this is performing in what I would say in a Korean or Seoul tradition.
Thank you.
민성준 선생님.
Mr. Min, please.
이 개방형 수장고가
The open storage has elements of the past history, and well, the site itself has a piece of past history, and it's got public usage. When this structure is built, the whole citizens and the neighbors in that area, what do you want them to feel, or what do you want them to remember when they see this structure?
We try to make buildings that open up. That's the core message that we try to convey through the architecture that also surrounds it. And that I think is symbolic. You can say it's part of the transition.
대답이 됐습니까? 민성준 선생님, 대답이.
Did that answer your question? Yes, thank you for the presentation. When I first saw this project proposal, I felt very pleasant and joyful. It felt like a very joyful project. The way you combine all these box shapes were very playful. And I wondered how you could provide the function of storage in this shape and also the function of viewing. So I looked into it more closely. I found that the solution was quite reasonable. That playful shape provided very effective functions. It's very postmodern in that sense because it's playful, and I hope not to offend you, but this is what I thought. The artifacts and art pieces within this storage museum would comprise of traditional crafts as well as contemporary art. So it would be a wide spectrum of pieces. This playful and fun space has to show all these different varieties of artifacts. The artifacts will be displayed here. And I think that perhaps it could pass in Europe or other Western worlds, but in Korea, the artifacts are very traditional. So will these traditional pieces go well with this playful space? Can it accommodate these very traditional Korean artifacts? Can our traditional artifacts be displayed effectively, preserving its own aura? What do you think about this?
As I said before, we are in a moment of 50-50, open and closed, and traditional and future thinking. The storage spaces are very neutral, are facilitating what they do. When there are racks, like on the right side, they are like organized in a proud way where every piece of art can fit in it in its own pride. That counts also for the objects, neutral rooms that represent that. The rooms that come out are the places where you meet, or the places where the art can be shown to the outer world. So there this transition takes place and hopefully encourages, say, from tradition to the future to facilitate that step. Then last but not least, I think the neutrality of the material, the touch of this combination of the past and the slight future, in a new kind of oil for the interior, in a new kind of energy on the outside. I think I also span a little bit the bridge between the past and the future. We are making a new building, so you have the opportunity to span that gap and to create a bridge between the pride of the past and the usage and interpretation of the future.
Thank you for your presentation. Could you delve into the urban implementation of the building and its relationship with the hills?
As I showed you in the project, I love the hill. And I know that the hill is not completely accessible and that we can span the gap here between the height, 15 meters, even to 20 meters on the side. So what I can do is to make two things. The street in between and the hill and the building beautiful, to start there, so that you feel safe and that you feel that you want to walk around with a facade that fits to it. I hope that we can clad the wall from an urban perspective to make that wall also better. And I can facilitate functions higher up that can accommodate for the park. By this bridge, I hope that people go to the restaurant during the day and that track, this big O that could be made over there, can then be facilitated. I only can show it as a potential. The brief doesn't allow for it in this moment, but I know this is also a city that works on it, so this is a city facility. So I guess that we can talk about that.
John. 이 배터리 좀 갈아줄 수 있을까요?
Can you
자,
replace the
그럼 제가 먼저
battery?
좀 질문을 드릴게요.
Meanwhile, let me ask the question.
그 앞에서 설명.
You explained this earlier, but the difference between deeper Boimans and this, you talked about the difference in the approach. Deeper Boimans was a complete round shape. The Deeper Boimans is a round shape, but this proposal is based on a cube shape. In the interior space of Boimans, you have stairs and a vertical elevator in glass allows you vertical movement and horizontal movement to take place at once. So the viewers can experience both at the same time. But here the core is separated. So the vertical movement and the complicated stairway movement seems to be a little bit separate here. What was your intention behind this design? And how is it different from that of Deepo Boiman?
The question is the urban situation, to start from there. And that is one, it is very regulated in your urban rules and the density that is allowed. So it will be hard to make on this place a circular building, to say that. Secondly, I also respect that, because I think that being part of an urbanism that's composed out of rectangular volumes and has one other already, which is roundish, I think, wow, let's accept that. And let's use that as a tool to, for further development, to open it up. So there it distincts itself. For the interior, it is it took the choice, and I think also others are doing it, to have one space where you can have the overview. And dedicate that space to a kind of library function. The fact that you can go out, that virtual elements can be shown, that your website can be there in place. That is a choice, which is not in Boimans at the moment. To have the lift is in glass, but it's next to it. It's part of the cabinet system. What I would like to that is new, that's different, but it's visible. So that we took over, and the stairs follow the trajectory to make like a continuous 8 this transition between the cabinets on the side, go to the other cabinet, go further to the other cabinet. This ping pong game, that's what it symbolizes it. That I think I see a transition from that part to a new composition.
Yes, microphone. John, microphone is working. Okay.
Yes. Do we have time?
Yes, I'll make another question then. 그 인면을 보면은
If you look at the facade or the elevation, the panel has a very shiny texture to it. Can we adjust the brightness? Because it's a residential area. I respect the diversity of the facade, but can we control the brightness, because it could disturb the residents at night?
That's a good question. In a way, how can a building develops like a dialogue with? So in this case, certain, say, panels, when they would block the view or when they would reflect too much towards the housing parts, it's not on all sides, in certain parts, we can scratch them in a way. That is especially in the zones where you don't need so much solar components in that aspect. So you have a tool, and it's also nice to show. You can calculate exactly where that would happen and to somehow paint that over this building, and that shows that dialogue is what I can imagine as an answer to to that. At the moment, it doesn't feel so much like that. And it is because of the nature that surrounds, because of the institution on the other side, you don't have that feeling. So it's at certain angles you will have that relationship to check it. It is, of course, but I like the shininess, but that can be tamed down. That's by this etching of the glass.
A question about the interior space, and thank you for this high energy that you brought to the design as well as the presentation. Can you describe just the kind of experience of the interior circulation system, in particularly the diagonal connections? What is the I don't want to say that there has to be a system, but what is the kind of experiential calibration of those kinds of moves while you're moving through?
Well, let's start with the horizontal parts. We want to provide that you can walk like in a street horizontally along every different climate, every different function, and see by the windows to have the potential to look into that. That's the starting point. We celebrate that not only by the windows, but also by the cabinet. So you walk between the two, and the cabinet can show then the things that come out. So that's the path. You make a circle. It's not such a long one. You go to the next stair. You make a circle, and you go to the next stair. Is what basically the principle is. Probably many people take the lift first. So they go first to the roof, and then as a waterfall go down. People like that as a system also. That's why we provide also two places for hospitality. One, it's the same, say, tenant that uses the restaurant on the roof as well as the cafe, the takeaway on the ground floor to give the choice to people what kind of circuitry they would like to do.
We have 3 more minutes, so maybe any additional question from juror? Professor La, you have any?
Maybe this relates a bit to Professor Hong's question about the wayfinding. When you see this sort of Piranesi-like space and you're looking up and how will you understand intuitively how to wayfind within the building?
One is intrigued. That's a reason to go further. When you feel some curiosity, and then you feel also attracted to go to another step in it. The size is not too big. For one circle, as we just discussed, to walk around, you can do it quick. You can do it when you look longer to the windows or to the cabinet. You can take your time for that. The stairs or escalators, depending a bit on the further analysis, are the place where you come out again, so you automatically will take it because you see it, and that leads that guides the way from the bottom to the top or from the top to the bottom is what I would say. Certain kind of surprise is needed. If you have a building which is so, say, literal. That I would like to defend in this case. This is also a place where you would wander around, where the surprise, because you don't know the art, it has to come to you. So the more that we can do a kind of promenade architecturale in the classical sense, then we can encourage this intricacy and this curiosity.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
1 minute for.
한 가지만 더 여쭤보겠습니다.
I have one more question. It is a storage museum, so we have the storage space and the circulation path of the viewers. The circulation path and the storage space is connected diagonally upwards, and there are also vertical circulation paths that are intertwined. The people who live in who work in the storage museum and the viewers would probably cross over, sometimes we want to separate the circulation for the storage museum. But in this case, the circulation path of viewers and people who work in the storage will mix up. What do you think about that?
This is an open storage, to start with it. From the public side, I want to see people that take care of my art that is there. When I can encounter them, that's a positive thing. So I would advise not to hide it too much. So that means that the galleries on every floor are wide, are high, because I need to transport art when it's needed to do that. So it gives enough space to pass by, say, a small transport that is taking place. It's part of the sensation, I would say, of a facility. But yes, there is also one elevator that can be used for the personnel and for the goods, for the restaurant, to keep it out of that zone. It's transparent to a certain level, but I know that security we have to facilitate also. And that is what you can see in this building. The cores have a different function.
네, 이제 어떻게 보면은 이제
In some ways, it's not a question of the height and width of the gallery. It's more about how the artifacts have to move through the gallery, and at the same time, the visitors move through the gallery. What will it look like? The open storage could be a good place, but for the people who manage it, it could be a nightmare. So what do you think about that perspective?
Because that's a good question. In general, that the staff working in the building, you have to have a good dialogue with them. People in the beginning, in the Boymans, the restoration staff was, they felt like, am I in a zoo? That the people are watching my work. But now they are proud, because they show that this exact is actually, they love it more. And that yes, the window can be screened, so there are ways to deal with it. So it took like half a year to work on the way how to present it. The people that pull things away or bring them out, same. So that means that you come, you walk there on the gallery. Oh, sorry, I have to pass. And exactly, also that is for them a point of contact and of pride in a way. And that sounds weird in a moment that you that is very protective because of the value of the zillions of euros that are inside. To how to deal with that, but you are opening up. So I think what we are trying to discuss today, this revealing act, has not only aesthetical components, not only architectural components or cultural components. Exactly that, to have a management and working in this building should be different, honestly, than in other buildings, because then then it becomes a success. Any introversy should be worked upon. I don't say that it's not there, but it has a role in its communication. And that's what I would like to say.
시간이 허락된다면 참고 답변 참고.
아니 이제 시간이 너무 많이 오버돼서.
I'm sorry, we have used up all our time. Thank you for the presentation. With this, we conclude the morning presentation. We ran over time, but from now till 1 p.m. we'll break for lunch. So please be back here by 1. And we will open with the presentation by Norman Foster. So please be back. And please return your receivers on your way out. You can get them when you return to the room. So, and we have a separate room for lunch for the presenters and the juries. Please follow our staff.
네, 오후 2부
We will now start part 2 of the public presentation. I would like to invite everyone to take their seats so we can begin right away. And I would also like to ask everyone to turn off their cell phones and set them to the silent mode. Chairman, let's start. Let's start the afternoon session. And I'd like to invite Norman Foster from Foster & Partners to give his presentation. Norman Foster is in Dubai today, so the presentation will be made online today.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you very much for waking up early in the morning at Dubai for this presentation. And you have 15 minutes for the presentation, but if you finish early, and you can use the rest of time for your additional comments and presentation. So if you're ready, and you can start.
Half of the team, I'd like to present a short film, and the film addresses the questions that we received after the submission. I'd like to say that having visited the site in September, it's a unique response to a remarkable site, a kind of green finger, but it's also centered on the collection, its display to the public, and very much an environmental response to solar. In terms of its performance, it's almost double the performance stated in the competition conditions. And if you examine it in detail, you'll find that it exceeds the highest national standards that have been set in Korea. So as a project, it's generous in its spirit, but it's quite compact, easy to maintain, to run, and it's also respectful of the budget. So perhaps if we could run the film, and then we'll have the opportunity for questions. Thank you. We design today with an awareness of the past, but for the needs of the present, but also to anticipate a future which is unknown. My awareness of the past is from the traditional roofs of the Korean temples, which I discovered in Seoul this summer, and more recently the Chegori Wall. Both have been inspirational in shaping a design for the present. The building has a sense of clarity. It's split into 4 distinct elements. First, the collection, then the display, then the public movement around the display, and finally, the environment served by the roof and the facades. The needs of the present start with the collection. These are the national treasures in different materials, many of them fragile and sensitive to light. Individually, we would protect them in a vault, a safe, a strong box. So here, we create the equivalent as a secure warehouse, a warehouse for precious treasures, which can not only preserve them, but also restore them. It is simple, functional, economic, and timeless. This is protective as a building. On the outside it's clad in stone with vision strip windows for those who work inside. Internal routes for the visitor lead past large windows where you can see experts working on the collection. Some of the areas can be entered for guided tours, others are more private. The internal face of this block is a vast display wall, a 21st century Cheguri, showing a changing selection from the archive with interactive film and photographs. This 5-story high space is diffused with natural light, but is protected from the sun. It is the emblematic public space of the museum. This display is the backdrop for a gentle ramped walk, less than half a kilometer internally, that connects all the levels and enables the young, the elderly, the wheelchair-bound, all together to ascend or descend. Adjacent to the ramps, there are glazed elevators, so we offer in this project a choice of movement. Half of the ramp is within the outer south-facing wall. This wall is innovative. For the first time, it's a skin which integrates energy harvesting solar panels with solid wall cladding and slit windows, so there's a contact with the world, the city outside. These facades are angled at 70 degrees. It optimizes solar energy, but also acts as reflective surfaces to capture the ever-changing panorama of the sky, the movement of the clouds. The wall to the entrance level is totally glazed, so it visually dissolves the barrier between the public domain on the outside and the museum within. We've designed the entrance experience to be free of clutter. Clearly on the right we have the reception desk with generous storage areas for coats and bags, all safely out of sight. If we move on past the elevators, we have public access to the shop, the auditorium, the facilities, the special exhibition area. If we instead moved straight ahead, then we would find low electronic security barriers control access beyond this entrance area that leads us to the ramps and the heroic display. We've talked of the past and how it's informed the present. So what about the future of the unknown? Or the flexible layered loft space, flat slabs, columns with non-structural walls, has endured over the centuries. As a loft-like space, buildings from the past, it's proved forever adaptable for uses ranging from manufacturing to storage to residences to art galleries. It's anonymous, it's functional, and it's economic. This is the future-proof model for the main block. If we turn now to the south facades, the more public-facing part of the project, solar panels have a finite life, and the technology is changing fast. So think of this outer veneer as a wallpaper, which can be changed without compromising the underlying structure beneath. This is an energy field. It extends to the roof. The combination of the facade and the roof with the geothermal generates 53% carbon neutral on-site energy. Compare this with the competition target of a mere 32%. The circulation spaces can be tightened up and made slightly more compact. Presently, the total area of the project is 4 to 5% more than the recommended area. Below the solar roof, there's the destination of the cafe with its landscape courtyard and the possibility of a bridge connection to the public footpath of the park behind. Imagine the views out to nature and the city from this elevated top level are alone worthy of a visit. The car parking spaces can be changed. They can be enlarged simply by changing the square columns to rectangular ones. And the drop-off area that we showed on the main road is really, on reflection, better located along with the tour buses off the access road to the north. This does require crossing the centre line. However, we don't see this as a problem. Traffic lights at the top of that road could easily be incorporated, so there are no dangers in terms of crossing that centre line. So how do we summarize this project? I'm often asked if we design a building from the inside outwards or from the outside inwards. I've always insisted that a building has to be designed simultaneously from both points of view. So for the passerby, on foot or by car, it has to be beautiful, interesting, and in harmony with its site. And internally, it has to be functional. It has to work beautifully, and it has to look beautiful. From the day that I first visited the site of this project, I've been totally immersed in it. I've been sketching constantly. I've also been leading a great team, a team of architects, engineers, and museum specialists. Together, we present a holistic vision of a great cultural project for present and future generations, for locals and international visitors alike. Well, thank you. We are, I believe, within our allocated 15 minutes. So perhaps if there are questions, I hope that the enthusiasm and the excitement that we've shared with this project comes across in the film.
Much. Yeah, we have 4 minutes left, but I think we can move on to Q&A sessions. Simultaneous translator is working okay with you now?
The interpreter.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear the interpretation?
Yes, we can hear you.
노만 포스트 경에게 제 말을
I
translate
would like to ask if Norman Foster can hear the English translation of what I'm saying. Can you confirm? Can you confirm? You can listen to the interpretation. Can you hear the English interpretation?
We don't hear the translator's voice, actually. We only hear your voice.
그래도 저희가 계속해야 될 것 같습니다.
I
기술적인
think we can move on. Professor La, would you start?
네, 라 교수님.
My translator keeps flipping between English and Korean. So just to let everybody know, this is a bit strange. Fortunately, I speak English, so I do understand everything that Sir Norman Foster has said. Thank you for that presentation and for the film. It's extremely helpful in understanding the project. So I have a bit of a more conceptual question, which is that in the diagram behind you, it's very clear that the component parts, the project is diagrammatically clear. For example, we have the storage, the display wall, the circulation path, the skin system. And so I'm curious to understand, are there moments where actually you see the kind of interpenetration between these parts conceptually? Again, because they're extremely diagrammatically clear. So I'm just wondering when in the project might we see the diagram actually become more flexible?
Well, I think flexibility is very much at the heart of our project. So the arrangement within the main element, the collection, is is totally flexible. The boundary between the public and their routes and the views into the spaces where people are working on the precious objects or storing them. Some of those spaces in the brief are accessible, they're visitable by the public. Others are more private. But I think that just for the sake of explaining it, we have separated these elements out. But in reality, imagine that you're on the ramp, you're looking through that Chakori wall. You would see, in some cases, movement behind. And when you come off the ramp, there is another world within that main storage block, which is publicly accessible. So there's a great variety of spaces here. But the flexibility would enable, perhaps, imagine in the next stage of this project, there hasn't been the opportunity for a dialogue with those who will be curating, running, and responsible for this museum. So it's important that there is flexibility to be able to refine the design and develop it. I think we're very sensitive to that, particularly the museologists who are part of our team.
Could you expand upon us the places of rest? That there seems to be a lot of very dynamic spaces as well, where you're moving through. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, where the places of rest and how they interact with the project.
That's a very good question. The total length of the very gentle ramp that takes you from the entrance to the roof is 439 meters. But along that route, you have at the critical junction at the where you have the great views out to the city beyond. Imagine that there is built-in seating, so you would be able to rest, to pause. So, and as you're going up the ramp, perhaps what is not shown on the drawings but is there are landings, and the landings relate to the slot windows, which gives you a view across the highway. So there's a lot of variety and opportunities to rest and to contemplate along the way. And also the routes in the main storage block, which is penetrated by the public routes, those would have built-in seating along. So really, I think it's a very tunable. It's very, as you say, dynamic. But it does give many opportunities for rest, for repose, for contemplation.
Presentation. How would you characterize the building relationship with the city, its contracted surrounding and the natural environment, particularly the hills, in particular with the hills?
I would say that it has a unique personality as a building because it's doing some things which have not been done before. The facades are responding to the optimum angle of the sun. They're also reflecting the sky. So it's a very gentle intervention in the site. We also seek, with a high-level walkway, to suggest the possibility of directly linking it in to the public walkways in the park behind. It is so I would say it's very respectful of its site, but we're also aware that it does have. It is an emblematic building. It is a cultural institution, so there should be an element of civic pride. So it should not be looking either internally or externally as an institutional building. I have to say that personally, I do become concerned when movement within cultural buildings is by escalators, which I associate with a different kind, more commercial building. So the site did make a very strong impression on me when I visited it. And I'm very aware that the fifth elevation, the view of the building, particularly from the west looking down, so I would say that we have been, as it were, very sensitive to those issues. And perhaps finally, I think that corner, that junction, is critically important. The point of entry should be intuitive. It shouldn't need any signaling. And that's the critical point to look across back to the city from this quite unique green finger of a site.
Mr. Min?
Sir Norman Foster. I was wondering, the lamp is so important part of your design, and have you ever considered lamp being on the north side where the park is, or you can get more light, even if you can have a entrance at the corner, or east side where you face the greenery onto the courtyard house? Did that thought ever came to your mind while you were designing, or is this really a conscious choice to have it on the south side?
Thank you. I think your question gives me the opportunity to say that our final design is only the result of having looked at a whole range of other options. And yes, we did consider putting the circulation and the main views out onto the park behind. But logistically, I think there are two reasons why we've ended up where we are. First of all, the goods in and out of the storage, the trucks that will be bringing in parts of the collection, servicing it, and also servicing the cafe. Finally, we decided that that was better off being accessed by the service road at the back, which is part of the infrastructure of the larger development. We then worried that the public would be looking over, as it were, the backyard, the goods area, the area where all the waste would be accumulating. And if we reversed it and all that was on the highway side, then logistically that starts to be very, very complicated. And finally, we decided that the presence of this building, this is a civic building, it should really be on the most public side. And finally, that sense of excitement and drama when you finally arrive at the roof and the amazing views and the connection with the bridge to the greenery behind, we felt in the end was ultimately, overwhelmingly the most advantageous combination of the public greenery, the site, and the civic side. In a way, this is almost like the portal into the city. Those two kind of tunnels. It's a main artery, and we felt that this had to work for the passerby, for the pedestrian, but also its presence on the highway was quite important.
I have a question. The Forster and partners have already has some project in South Korea, and the office building and office headquarters outside of Seoul. And then also you have 2 showrooms inside of Seoul. I know that there was a scale and types and typologies are very different. But what would be the major difference between Seoripul Art Museum with the other building in terms of visual, spatial, technological, and tectonic terms? And what's your different or new approaches and strategies and tactics?
I think that the common denominator is a concern for those who work in the buildings that you've mentioned, and this building that we're talking about here. So that's why in the areas related to the collection, in a variety of materials sensitive to light, we provide for those who are working there very vision strip windows. But the big difference is that the buildings that you've mentioned are private buildings. This is a public building. And the brief for this building, it has been quite rightly demanding in terms of its goals of sustainability. It's a public building. It's not a private building. And the dominant audience here is the public. That's a big, big difference. And that's why we've pushed the boundaries and exceeded by far the sustainability standards, because this is a public building and it should set an example to the nation in terms of its performance. It should also be open and embracing. It should be reducing the barriers between those outside and those inside. This is a building about the people. It is not about a private company. And that's why there is no way in which these buildings can be confused. This will never, ever be seen as a commercial building.
We have 10 minutes. John, we have 10 minutes.
There's a very special quality of light that's projecting through the floors, and it's very good timing that this slide is up. But also, you see it in the floors on the exterior as well. Could you describe not only the technical materiality of it, but also the concept of looking up through the floors like that?
Yes, I think it's been the subject of a huge amount of debate and discussion. So, for example, in this image on the screen, if you look up and you see those circular roof lights, you'll see that there's a cowl that ensures that direct sunlight cannot come into this space. So it's indirect north light, because these objects in the collection are really light sensitive. And also we wanted to get the visitor accustomed to a lower diffuse light level. So it would show the collection to its maximum advantage. So and the end walls, you'll notice that in that westward direction, that they're translucent. They do not admit too much light, and they don't give you views of the adjacent development. Rather, at the other end, they do open up to views of the city. So we've been very, very disciplined with the amount of glass, where it's facing relative to the performance, and very mindful of the special climate in Seoul. And again, the windows, which you can see on the right, the ramp, which is within the facade, they're very restricted. So again, that is so that we don't distract the visitor, but we give the visitor a glimpse, and we control the amount of glass. So we're using it to the best effect. In the end, we're doing the maximum with the minimum means. We're working with nature. We're using fresh air, for example, which is healthier and uses less energy for those many times within the year when we don't have to mechanically cool or heat it. So it's not just trying, rightly so, to reduce the carbon footprint of the building and to make it as sustainable as possible, but we're also thinking about the health of the many visitors and those who work there. So the two are going hand in hand. The idea that we create something which is good for the planet, but it's also good for those who are using the building.
Thank you very much. As you developed the northern vehicle drop-off, and as you developed that entry sequence, we recognize that there's a lot of traffic moving there because of the loading entry and, of course, the new retaining wall and whatnot. Can you describe how it affects the ground floor plan when there is a kind of vehicular drop-off on that side, and does it affect the way in which one would enter the building on the ground floor?
Thank you. We deliberately created the greatest distance in terms of the public access, which we felt intuitively was very much on the corner. And it's a very important junction. And so that intuitively was the main entrance. The service access is a given at the back. It does come as the infrastructure for the much larger development, but we do take advantage of that. And in the original design, we had a drop-off on the highway on the eastern boundary, but we realized that conflicted with the traffic requirements. So the area immediately adjacent to the service road would cater for the occasional tour bus. And then it's a relatively very, very short walk just round the corner to the front entrance. And as you probably realize, the whole building is easily accessible from the lowest level to the highest with a very gentle ramp without any steps or staircases. So it's very much a seamless and very gentle walk. But of course, there are elevators, and we think that the bridge connection to the rear, which could link into the public walkway, offers for discussion and for development. It wasn't a part of the competition requirements, but we felt that that would be very, very interesting to debate at a later phase of the project's development.
Require then a new security entry point on at that upper level, should a bridge be ever a part for the future? Clearly that would have an impact on ticketing and whatnot, entry sequence. It produces a double.
Absolutely, that's what. Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's why we've been at pains to say it's very much something to discuss. In the event that it was incorporated, then of course it would raise a detailed planning issue of ticketing and security at that upper level. Again, as in any competition, a design has to have the flexibility to be able to develop and take into account the views of those who are responsible for the running of the final building. So that is, how can I say, we've put it there with the idea that at a later phase, this, like many other issues, would be subject to discussion. In other words, during a design, you make a number of assumptions, but you're very sensitive to the fact that eventually there's going to be a constructive and a creative conversation. And so deliberately, you leave flexibility for development.
We have only 2 minutes and one last question.
Okay. I visited your German parliament ramp. And in this project, you have one exhibition area on the south side that's facing ramp. Do you ever worry that sometimes it might be really congested by the people who are stopping there to look at the exhibition and people who are just passing by with experiencing the ramp itself?
Well, all I can say is that after many years, that it is still the most visited parliament in the world, and we have regular exchanges with those who are running the building, and over time we have made minor adjustments working with them, mindful of the security, but those have been issues at the head of the steps before anybody's ascended to the upper public areas and the ramps. And to my awareness, there's never ever been a problem of congestion or conflicting circulation. Quite the reverse. It's been and continues to be extraordinarily smooth and hugely popular.
Thank you.
Well, Sir Norman Foster, thank you very much for your willingness to give a presentation and participation in Q&A session early in the morning in Dubai. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a great pleasure and privilege. Thank you.
Testing, it works well.
이게 가는 건가요?
네. 네. 다섯 번째는
Yes, the fifth presenter is from OCA, Mr. Im Jae-yong. I will start my presentation. This project started from the question, what possibilities does the site tell us? The reason is because, as you all know, the solution always lies within the site. The site has many stories to tell us, and that's why we visit it many times. The site, as you well know, is a beautiful place. It is adjacent to the Seoripul Park, where there are a lot of footpaths, and it also meets with the Gangnam part of the city. The black line indicates the route of the footpath that we visited. So why don't you join me and take a stroll along the path? Once you come out of the Seocho subway station, you will arrive at the site in the corner after about 5 minutes. Once you cross the road, you will see on the other side of the road a non-barrier path that even enables the handicapped or the disabled to walk. However, once the project is completed, this path will disappear. This is the entry of the path. If you go for a while, you'll see the Seoripul tunnel, and on the other side, you'll see the site. If you go a little further and turn back, on the left-hand side, you'll see the site, and in the far back, you'll see the site of the Gangnam area. Going a little bit further, you see a beautiful strolling path. I hope you visit it because it's very beautiful. This is an artificially made zero barrier footpath, and it smoothly interacts and immerses in the nature. Those who are impatient can use the stairway on the right-hand side. As I visited the site, I realized that I was actually taking a stroll along the park. And I thought that the storage museum that we are going to build could perhaps incorporate this idea of taking a stroll. So I thought about the Open Storage Museum for a stroll. Once you come out, you will see an open view of the city, and I thought that I would like the storage museum to be closely connected to the city. You have the natural pathway, a stroll of nature, and the stroll of city, which would be interconnected by the stroll of culture, in other words, the storage museum. And all of this combined could become part of the citizens' daily lives. I wanted the storage museum to enable this. This is why we came up with 5 strategies. One is the medium of connection. Second is cityscape filled with voids. Third, new paradigm of open storage museum. And fourthly, expandable architecture. And finally, environmentally sustainable architecture. So the first strategy is the medium of connection. As you can see, the stroll of nature continues into the building and becomes a stroll of culture, and then again connects with the stroll of the city. So the new storage museum will be acting as a medium between these different strolls. As you can see here, The stroll through nature connects to the building, becomes a stroll of culture, and then once one exits the building, it can become the beginning of the stroll of the city. We have a short video clip to show you. As you can see, people are moving about.
자, 두 번째는 이제 비움으로 채워지는 도시.
Secondly, is the cityscape filled with voids. First, we build a framework for the voids. The framework creates the space of voids. This is filled with people and acts, which finally ends with the cityscape filled with voids. Recently, I thought, if an architect can create a great face of the city with a building, and I realized that was impossible. In particular, this building will be owned by the citizens. And that's why I wanted the citizens to play a leading role in building the cityscape. This is why I didn't want this building to become just an object, but I wanted it to become an object of cityscape that the citizens made. I'd like to show you a short video of the void spaces. You have the Seoripul Madang as you enter the site. This is the storage room that is visible from the street. It's a peek-in museum that pedestrians can look into. Here's a small performance space. Once you go up, this will be the Seoripul Bridge. It connects the site with the Seoripul Park, so it is outside of the project, but I think it is an absolutely essential element. This is the exhibition terrace, media art terrace, cafe terrace. I thought that this building belongs to the Seoul citizens. And there is a certain size of the site. I wanted the whole of the site to be returned to the citizens. If you combine the area of the Madang and terrace, it equals the area of the site. These two spaces could be open to the public 24 hours if desired. So it will be a terrace that will be completely open to the public. This is the cityscape filled with voids. This terrace plays a leading role in creating the cityscape. New paradigm of open storage museum is the third strategy. Usually, storages are stacked vertically, but I didn't want to go that way because a simple stacked storage only can provide simple experience. That is why we had 2 stacks of storage museum and we made 2 of them. The remaining spaces become terraces. While taking a stroll through the building, the visitors can see the storage spaces as well as experience the outside terrace. As you can see, in the middle, in the center, we call it the stroll atrium. This is where you can look at the exhibitions. It connects the storage spaces, but it also allows you to stroll through the city with a view of the city. Then we have the media facade. The mass on the front side is very special because it functions as a BIPV as well as a media facade. So it has high performance, but it's not too overly bright. It works well, but it doesn't disturb the surroundings too much. The purpose is to make a database of all the collections and display it on this media wall, media facade. That means even if people don't actually go into the building, they can pass by on their way to work and take a look to see what's inside. If necessary, we can publish information about certain events, etc. This is how it reacts compared to the traveling speed of the vehicles. This is another perspective. And from the viewpoint of the pedestrians, from the viewpoint of the vehicles passing by, it allows for many different types of communication with the citizens. Above the Seoripul Madang, we have a special display. Citizens can actually interact with this ceiling lying down. It also can allow a small stage to be built for performances. This storage museum is going to be I want the storage museum to be used for 24 hours, 365 days a year. This strolling path is smoothly and seamlessly connected with the exterior space, and this means people can take a stroll through this path all the time. However, the interior of the building will be limited to operating hours. The coffee shop and restaurants have separate entrances, so even after the museum is closed, the cafe and restaurant can still be in business. Of course, the maintenance crew also has a separate entrance so that paths won't cross with the visitors' paths. The storage museum is therefore always open to the citizens and can become integrated with the daily lives of the citizens. The fourth strategy is expandable architecture. Looking at the data, we realize that even in the National Museum, the collection is ever expanding. It is almost at a saturation point. I believe that this will be the same with this storage museum. Soon it will be full. That is why we thought about this structure that is expandable. This is a truss structure. Storage A has a very high ceiling. So if you put a slab in the middle and make it into another floor, you can add about 600 square meters of space. Also, in case of emergency, we can cut off a little bit of the terrace and make it into an additional storage space, which will range around 300 square meters. That means 1,200 square meters of additional storage space can be added without major construction. Among the 47,000 square meter that is in plan, this additional space will provide an additional 25% of storage space. Finally, a very important issue is the environment and sustainability. I also believe this is very important. The atrium, the stroll atrium, is very high. That is why we want to have the atrium to be cooled and heated with a sustainable energy system using the chimney effect. Another very interesting thought is that usually there's a convection of air in the atrium. The air is usually disposed to the outdoor, but if we have about 4 generators based on convection, this can allow the heated air to be expelled outside, but at the same time, it can generate electricity. The terrace, as you can see, are numerous. We will be collecting rainwater from the terraces, process it, and use most of the recovered rainwater. This means that the building itself will be very energy efficient. Here, as you can see, shows that all the mirror for the exterior wall will be recyclable. First, we have the panel made of recycled fiber. It's not that attractive, but it's very meaningful. That is how we will finish the building on the back side, and the brick near the staircase will be recycled bricks. The bridge will be made of recycled cork. On the south facade, we have a BIPV system that will be installed. It will be a color BIPV. The efficiency may be slightly lower, but it will minimize glaze and other impact on the surrounding environment. The media facade will also have a BIPV installed as well. The artifacts and display will be seen by the visitors, but the visitors can also realize that it protects the building. It will be a full metal jacket. So I believe this is a very important part of the design. This is the bird's eye view of the completed building. It's a cantilever storage museum. 4 of them, about 27 meters, will be stacked, and inside it, it will be a void space that will be filled by the citizens. I want this void space to be well filled by the citizens so that it becomes a cityscape and a landmark building. Have I used up all of my time? You went over by 2 minutes. So I'll skip the floor plan and just show you the short video that I've prepared. I can show you this later on during the Q&A session. The Seoripul Storage Museum is a stroll of culture and culturescape. This is the theme of our video clip. This is the Seoripul Madang through which you enter the building. Once you are inside, there is the lobby. On the left-hand side, there is the locker room. Then you have the view of the preservation lab on the left-hand side. You can come out again, go through the lobby, and see storage 4A and 4B in front of you. Once you go up, there's the foyer. And you can imagine yourself leisurely strolling along and viewing the objects on display. This is storage 1A and EA. We'll go inside storage 1A. Come out again and go to the performance terrace. Storage A. This is the elevator that allows you to move upstairs. There you will find a storage 1B. This is a different type of storage, storage 3A. This requires a reservation to go in and take a look, but you can always peek in. This space is also a place that can be viewed by reservation only. This is the exhibition terrace. Once you go upstairs, storage 3B. We have an atrium of stroll that can be looked down from the top. This is the cafe terrace, and this is connected to special exhibitions. I believe that the Seoul Storage Museum can become a part of the daily life of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have the clock in front of you? Do you have a timer in front of you? Yes, I see it now. We have 17 minutes for the Q&A. So let's use the time wisely. Who wants to ask the first question?
For the presentation. I'm wondering, as I think about the massing of your project and the different cladding systems, it appears as though there are maybe 6 different types of cladding. And I'm wondering your thought about this. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the reason for the 6 different types, but also maybe if you had to choose one, would there be a dominant type for the cladding system? It seems, again, the material quality changes on every cantilever portion. Maybe you could just help us to understand a little bit what you're thinking about.
Okay. 한국말로. 네, 한국말로.
I'm going to answer in Korean. I explained this to you briefly a while ago, but basically, I think the facade should use BIPV in order to build a sustainable building. That's the first thing. And on the south side, the masts that you see here are all cladded in BIPV, and the media facade also. And here we have the recycled walls, and this is cladded in aluminum perforated wall, and this is cladded in ceramic tile. So at the beginning, we wanted to match the contents with the cladding because what was in the storage was being made visible. So we wanted to use different types of cladding. But then I thought maybe it's going to block the flexibility. So BIPV, with the BIPV, we can do some color changes, and we can use brick, and we can also use recycled material, and we try to use recycled material as a priority first. I'm not sure whether that answered your question.
Thank you. In the beginning, when you started your presentation, you said that the site gave you the solution to the problem, and I think that what differentiates your design is that you have positioned the building to be 45 degrees against the street. I don't think you had enough time to fully explain this during the presentation. So this is why I'll ask you the question. The site, what you said about the site sounded a little bit abstract. While you place this building 45 degrees diagonally, there could be other problems that arise. So maybe you can tell us why you decided to do that. Another very important thing about the Open Storage Museum is how you configure the contact points between the visitors and the exhibitions. So can you talk a little bit more about the circulation path of the visitors? I said that I wanted to return the site as a whole to the citizens. I thought that the corner itself was very important. My presupposition was to leave the corner empty so that it can be effectively returned to the citizens. The storages are basically 4 units of mass, and I played around with those 4 storage spaces. The media facade is one element which enables communication with passers-by. I thought about which was the best way to communicate, and I realized that a 45-degree angle will be the best way to communicate with the vehicles traveling from Gangnam. As you can see in the floor plan, about 50% is lost. But I did that because I thought it was a very important space that should be open to the public and become a truly public space. The 45-degree angle, this is a truss structure of 27 meters in length. That means that the structure has an atrium that supports the truss. Once you start with a 45-degree, you have no choice but to rotate in that direction. I think that it makes the building more open to the nature and the adjacent buildings because it's not a right angle. Another characteristic of this design proposal is that the special exhibition was a key part of our thinking. I once went to an exhibition hall, and in the lobby I saw a sign that said, preparing for a special exhibition. I thought that it really got in the way of the main exhibition. That's why we put the special exhibition space on the top near the cafe. That allows the special exhibition to take place and another party to go on with it. I mentioned earlier that it's not a stacked structure, but one storage space having several layers, that gives you more floor space. If we take out everything, it can become problematic because moving the objects around too much is not good for preservation. Making the storage space several layers was my answer to that. It allows more floor space and it allows for the objects to stay in place more rather than moving it around all the time. I don't think it's a good idea to be constantly moving around the artifacts. That's why I made this choice. But still, the atrium allows many different views of the artifacts. When you're taking a stroll, you don't want to be overwhelmed with information. You want to have the ability to take a look outside once in a while, and you want the walk to be leisurely. That's why I designed it this way. And I wanted to find a dynamic within a simple structure.
With the 45 degrees, the act of exploding the building seems to indicate an intention of integrate it with the surrounding environment. And the rotation appears to enhance its connection with the near building surrounding. However, I would appreciate an explanation of the interaction with the urban space on the ground floor and how it influences on the transition to the space around it.
잠깐만, 평면.
I'm not sure I understood the question.
View.
Okay.
I think that this rotation helped to finish the urban space in this corner.
Okay.
But when I see the Photoshop from down of these plans, for example, I have the tension, yes, that the building block more the view from the back.
Oh.
Can you explain to us the real intention to find urban space in connection with the surrounding?
Okay. I'll answer in Korean. Okay. 지금 제가
I think this was a question about the rotation strategy and how it has an impact on the adjacent area. And I gave a description a while ago, but at a 45-degree angle, this rotation, I don't think it creates a problem with the relationship with nature, but I explained what we did in the corner, and with the adjacent building, we are not very close to the next building anyway, and it's open on both sides. So I think that within a certain context, there is a certain dynamic that we can create in this space. The site is a bit small and narrow, but we can make the site more open to the adjacent areas, and that was the idea of my concept and design.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you very much. It's a very special cantilever project, and it's a little bit provocative. The cantilever creates terraces and outdoor space, but other than these functional aspects, as an architect, are you thinking of any other meaning of this cantilever structure? That's a very difficult question. I didn't actually think about the structure first. I started with the idea that I wanted to make the lower part as empty as possible, and I made many different attempts. But with a structure that had pillars, that was almost impossible to achieve. The cantilever structure is very effective because it allows for the MEPs to be located within the space of the truss. It allows us for a higher ceiling as well. The ducts, that we're thinking about a 2-meter truss. So the ducts and everything and the pipes can be well placed in the truss. Therefore, I believe that a cantilever structure really makes sense in this case. The more I studied it, I realized that it was a good idea. I felt comfortable with the idea and worked on it further. From the maintenance point of view, I asked the people, especially the construction engineer, I asked the construction engineer whether this worked in terms of maintenance. He said that it was very strong and it was a very orthodox and simple cantilever structure. We have the atrium in the center and a balanced weight. We don't have the weight on one side only. So I think it is a very rational solution and structure.
Terraces at any time of day, even 24 hours.
Unless the city, they block yeah.
That's right. So I guess the two questions. I think that would be a very beautiful experience. Could you explain maybe the nighttime experience of that? But also the second question related to it is: are there multiple entries into the building from different floors?
Okay. Maybe I go to a plan. Plan 좀.
Could we see the floor plan? The plan?
여기 지금 메인
This is the main entrance, and it's the entrance is in B1 first because the law requires it, and it's in at the basement level 1, and visitors can enter from here, and then we go down to the second floor, and this is the sub entrance, and this entrance can be accessed by staff through the staff elevator, and people can take the elevator to the rooftop terrace. They can go by foot on the stairs, but they can take the elevator to the rooftop terrace and the rooftop cafe. And after operation hours of the museum, the cafe and restaurant can be accessed after hours.
On the 4th floor, I think there's another entry. Is that right?
4층.
4th floor?
From the roof terrace.
요거는 지금 그 산책.
This is a pedestrian terrace, and we can take the stairs to come here. And as I told you before, if people buy the tickets, there can be some conflict. If we cross this pedestrian bridge, right now, if people have to buy tickets to come in, then they cannot enter from here. They have to use an external entrance. And if visitors can come in without tickets, they still have to use the main entrance.
저도 질문이 있었습니다.
I had a question that I wanted to ask, but I think it was already asked. I wanted to ask about the 45-degree turn and the cantilever structure. But the other jurors already asked similar questions, and I think it was sufficiently answered. So we will end the Q&A session here.
We have 2 teams remaining. We have Vice Mayor of Seoul, who is here with us today. We'd like to thank him for coming here despite his busy schedule. Let's hear a few words from him before we continue. Ladies and gentlemen, Vice Mayor Yu Chang-soo of Seoul Metropolitan Government. Please give him a big hand. Hello. I am Vice Mayor of Seoul, Yu Chang-soo. I am very inspired by being here. When I was planning for DDP many years ago, I was hoping to build an integrated cultural center, culture facility here, and that was the promise of Mayor Oh during his first mandate. And in the same way, we had an international design competition for Dongdaemun Design Plaza. We selected Zaha Hadid's design, and we were able to build this building. I majored in architecture and I majored in urban planning. And it's the first time that I am back here after I planned for the DDP many years ago. So I think that's why I'm very inspired. It's an honor for us to invite world-famous architects for this design competition, and I believe that thanks to your work, Seoripul Open Storage Museum will become one of the favorite places for Seoul citizens to visit and go to, like DDP Plaza today. I was wondering how many people would come to the public presentation, but I am amazed at the amount of interest that you are showing. There are so many of you here today. Please stay with us until the end, and please vote for your favorite design in your heart, and maybe you can give your feedback to Seoul government later on. In any case, everyone, thank you so much for coming here despite the cold weather, and thank you for showing so much interest towards our Seoripul Open Storage Museum. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Architect Cho, could we have a 3 to 4 minute break because we have something to discuss between ourselves before we continue?
네, 좀 기다리게 해서 죄송합니다.
We apologize for making you wait. Let's listen to the sixth presentation. From Mass Studies, I'd like to invite architect Cho Min-seok to give his presentation. Hello everyone, I am Cho Min-seok. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to participate in this public hearing. Seoul aspires to become a more city-like city and nature more like nature. To achieve this, we propose a building that will enable the city and nature to coexist in harmony in Seoul. As an urban entity that is 60 years old, the Seocho district used to be a farmland, but developed rapidly. In this process, the Seoripul site remained an inaccessible mountainous terrain, but KIDC moved away, and with the opening of the Seoripul tunnel, the potential of this previously unknown land will now be returned to the citizens. Currently, the site can be approached from both the city and the mountains in two contrasting ways and speeds. If this mountain terrain was developed with small-scale buildings, like in the past, it would have likely been through small winding roads that followed the mountain. However, this development scale assumes the flattening of the existing mountain, leading to an inevitable disconnection with the city. So let's start with a box. We want to integrate city and nature. The building is initially positioned as a simple rectangle. An 8.7 by 8.7 square grid serves as the grammar for the interior spatial layout. By stacking 5 floors with the required tall ceiling heights for the storage facility, it forms a massive box with a height of 35.3 meters, equivalent to a typical 10-story building. It creates an open space and cafe by removing the top floor volume, and enhances the spatial and environmental efficiency in a compact manner by inserting functions that do not require high ceilings. On the outside, we reduce the northern mass and allocate the resulting ground as an ecological terrain at the northeastern side. We create a forest of large trees that continues from the mountain. On the other side, the southern mass is extended towards the east, and we are connected to the urban city. And the southeast corner forms a curved shape and softly guides us to the intersection. Within the enclosed space of the massive box, we often face the challenge of losing our way because we do not know where we are. One solution is to create a vertical void like the Guggenheim and visually connect the floors with natural light from the top. Perhaps because this landmark building has become so famous, this design concept has been adopted by many museums and many department stores. As an alternative, we envisioned a Seoripul-specific approach. We want to create a diagonal void connecting the city and the mountain, and we want to integrate a human scale into the space. The interior diagonal space connects the city and the mountain and become both the starting and destination points. It becomes the main axis for the public movement and line of sight. In addition, 2 cores will be strategically positioned around this moment. The southeastern corner of the first floor meets the city, and the northwestern corner of the 4th floor meets the mountain, and they become the city gallery and the mountain gallery. The escalator connects the 2 galleries and becomes the express route at the center of the diagonal spatial axis, where various public functions are placed at different levels. And we have many alleys and stairways that form organically, creating irregular staircases, creating connections. If the Seoripul tunnel was created to allow speedy cars to pass through the mountain, the Seoripul Art Storage is a building that will enable people to leisurely stroll inside the box. In 2001, at the beginning of our practice, we designed a modest art storage facility for an art foundation. We didn't know of such precedents at the time, and we proposed a visible storage facility. The open-minded users created a series of exhibitions titled Packed and Unpacked. Among closed crates, the exhibition unpacked artworks related to specific themes, revealing them to visitors. The verb unbox means to unpack, as in to open a package. Let's open the box and take a look inside. In the 2 basement levels, there is the mechanical room, the electrical room, and parking. The first floor includes the city gallery, information desk, museum shop, and art storage, loading area, registration room on the northern side. Second floor allows for track access where the preservation treatment rooms are located. Items are brought in through the northern loading deck. On the 2 mezzanine floor level, there are staff offices on the northern side, and there's a staff cafeteria with a terrace on the western side. Towards the center is the lakivium connecting to the 2nd mezzanine floor to the 3rd floor.
In the third floor, enclosed by a sturdy envelope, we house art storage 2 and 3. And in the center, there is a 260-seat auditorium that connects to the third mezzanine floor. On the third mezzanine floor, we can look down on the art storage rooms, and there is also the education room. On the fourth floor, there is the mountain gallery, as well as the open storage 1 and 4. On floor 5, there is an outdoor sculpture garden next to a glass block open-air theater and the cafe on the south side. Extending down from the mountain, the northern and eastern areas are transformed into forests with tree species native to the mountain. On the southern side, we planted grassy meadows and shrubs, and native plants of the surrounding mountain, shrubs and bonsai trees are planted on the eastern and western side of the rooftop, creating a cozy atmosphere. Inside the box, there are 3 types of user spaces: the public, the staff, and storage. They are arranged independently or in conjunction, forming relationships in plan and section. The 3 circulation systems are strategically vertical, horizontal, and diagonal in configuration, enabling flexible connections or disconnections based on the time of use. It is also a box intricately assembled like a sophisticated puzzle to establish visual relationships. Let's take a closer look and start with the City Gallery. This corner is a piloty space, an outdoor extension of the City Gallery, and the box opens and its contents spill out into the city in a welcoming gesture. When we enter on the opposite side, there's a reception desk in between and another entrance in the distance. To the west and northern ends of the gallery are 2 exhibition walls, and the City Gallery is directly connected to the 4th floor mountain gallery via an escalator. Through the windows of the 2 art storage rooms on the 4th floor, next to the walls of the mountain gallery, many exhibitions can take place. Here, when we go down the stairs, on 3rd mezzanine floor, there's the education room connected to the upper part of the auditorium. Following the stairs along the auditorium to the 3rd floor, we can see the exhibitions from the art storage rooms and the lounge. From here, we can also look down into the 2nd floor preservation rooms. It connects to the tiered L'Archiveum with a view to the 1st floor City Gallery. On the 2nd mezzanine floor, there's a staff cafeteria facing the western outdoor terrace. There is an office with large windows to the north side. And to the north, we can see the offices and the preservation treatment rooms on the 2nd floor. This is the 2nd floor with preservation treatment rooms, and we also can see balconies of the staff rooms. The Seoripul Bangbae Forest Library at the opposite end of the tunnel is conveniently connected by the mountain paths. And on the opposite side of the tunnel, it conveniently connects to the Seoripul Bangbae Forest Library through a park pathway. And we can take the 4th floor to go to the Seoripul mountain area, and we can go to the 5th floor through the outdoor staircase or the indoor escalator. And from the northern open-air theater are the outdoor sculpture garden and the cafe, and we can look down from the cafe to the 4th floor pottery art storage area. Inside the cafe, we have views of both the city and mountains, and we can also see installation art. We can take the escalator down to the 1st floor, and we can head to the Seoripul subway station. And on the facade, we can see Namjoonbaek's TV cello. Let's discover the art storage rooms. On the 3rd floor, there are 2 art storages for sensitive, fragile artifacts, and on the 4th floor, there are 2 storages for the less sensitive pieces, which are connected to the gallery's exhibition via windows and can also be seen from the 5th floor rooftop sculpture park. For convenient circulation of crates, the 2 art storage rooms on each floor are positioned next to a 3-meter wide pathway that connects directly to the cargo elevator. Cargo loading is directly connected from the outside to the 1st and 2nd floor preservation labs to save space, and in consideration of the terrain, through an elevator type of loading deck. All art storage rooms have a circular circulation system. The 4th floor open art storage rooms 1 and 4 offer various staging possibilities and are visible through the 5th floor sculpture garden window. Efficient energy management is a major challenge for the facilities, requiring consideration of the building's interior and exterior spaces. Ventilation can be controlled independently through individual AC rooms, and we have an emergency AC unit on the top. Since the AC duct runs from the perimeter to the center of the building, the interior central ceiling can be a shared ceiling space and not constrained by equipment. The exterior walls of the art storage rooms are strong and column-free structures, and they protect from the exterior environment. The 5th floor rooftop is a double-floor structure, providing protection against the moisture for the art storage rooms. The structure and facade are integrated, but designed to adapt to external conditions and sunlight. The northern side features a simple exposed concrete wall. The rear part of the walls on the east and west sides, which receive more sunlight, are vertically corrugated exposed concrete walls that cast shadows on themselves. They reduce the energy load by approximately 2 or 3 degrees in the summer. The remaining western facade and a portion of the connected southern facade are designed to help effective solar energy generation from the upper surfaces of the horizontal vault profiles. To optimize solar harvesting, the west and south-facing PIPV panels are installed on the protruding UHPC panels, each at different angles. In addition, PIPV panels are also installed on the roof of the top floor cafe. The most prominent feature is the cantilevered wall in the southeast corner, creating the impression of a floating upper mass. Linear LEDs concealed between the vertically protruding UHPC panels are shaped to fit the curved surface of the display wall. Unlike commercial billboards, it's a unique medium for public art, and like water painting, softly reveals images using only indirect light without exposing the light source. The 2 types of UHPC panels on the south and east sides, while serving different purposes, reduce the heat load on the walls. Intricately protruding vertical and horizontal shadows are projected on the wall on a watercolor-like display, creating a changing urban landscape. To connect the city and the mountain, a 45-degree movement and perspective were introduced, crossing the city grid and applied to the interior and exterior of the building at various scales. The 45-degree chamfer effectively allows specific locations to be well recognized and can be applied to unpack grid-based spaces that require openness in urban planning, architecture, interiors, and details. To achieve this, all square pillars are chamfered to form octagonal shapes, simultaneously accommodating the beams of the 2-directional grid. Lastly, let's approach the Seoripul unbox from the city, from Seore Village. The outside gallery exhibits the sculptural works by Chung Hyun. Inside, painter Kim Hae-ryun's paintings are displayed on steel panels in a very sustainable way. This exhibition, titled Dialogue, makes use of both the interior and exterior spaces of the gallery. You take the express escalator straight to the 4th floor and arrive at the Mountain Gallery, which offers views of the Seoripul Mountain that rivals the view that we see from the Met. And as you come down, we see the exhibition Shamanism featuring Choi Jung-hwa. And as you come down the stairs to the middle of the 3rd mezzanine floor, you'll notice the painting storage room visible behind a glass wall, and on the opposite side there is an education room. The city gallery can be seen from here as well. Passing through the elevator hall and the restrooms on the same mezzanine level, you'll come to the upper auditorium, which is screening a film by director Kim Gi-young. Below the auditorium, on the 3rd floor, there's a lounge where an exhibition of Joseon Dynasty dining tables from Art Storage 2 is showcased through display windows. Let's go around again and take a closer look at the city gallery. The step Lakivium is the central point where street views of cars and the sky above and the mountain gallery can be seen. From here to the north are the offices, and below, the preservation treatment rooms. Turning in the direction of the corridor leading to the staff cafeteria, you go down to the 2nd floor where you can see employees chatting. There are 4 preservation treatment rooms on this floor. From here, you'll find the analysis room, and just above it, the staff cafeteria for 60 employees at the end of the freight corridor next to the 3 preservation treatment rooms. Back down to the 1st floor. You pass through the museum shop, you go up the steps of the display area and arrive at the western outdoor public area, then follow the southern edge of the building back to the outdoor city gallery exhibition. I'm running out of breath. Next, a typical evening of a resident who crosses the bridge from Seoripul Park, taking the external staircase next to the 4th floor entrance banner to go up to the 5th floor. At the center of the rooftop, you see a pottery exhibition. You can also look down on the level below to Art Storage Room 1. From the cafe terrace to the south, a view of the newly constructed complex unfolds. And we also have, to the north, against the backdrop of the mountains, an open-air theater and sculpture garden. And you exit the city gallery and you go down and you can see the view of the Seoripul mountain in the evening. And for a minute and 20 minutes, you can experience the storage, and you can go down to the first floor, and you cross the street coming out of the gallery. Chang Min-seung's Jeju piece is on the screen, and you listen to the sounds on your Bluetooth earphone, and you go back home. Seoripul Unbox, we hope, will reveal what makes Seoul so special and inspire us to connect the city and nature in the daily lives of Seoul citizens through the medium of culture. With this ambition, we will conclude our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
수고하셨습니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Within the large structure of Seoul, you talked about the overall flow and talked about how you arrived at the solution. While listening to your explanation, I was impressed by the way you reacted to the surrounding elements in detail. One question I have is, that detailed response to the surrounding, is that essential to this site? You talked about the structure that we see in many department stores, similar to Guggenheim. But considering the location, it's at the end of Tehran Boulevard, it's at the end of the hill. Considering all of that, do you really need to respond to the surrounding in so much detail? Thank you for the question. When we started, we also started with a square grid, 8 by 7 by 8.7 by 8.7. It was wide as well. But I realized that there were two strong elements, the urban scape and the Seoripul Park. There's a crossroad, and the surrounding buildings are smaller in scale. Another interesting is that the difference of 3.5 meters in topography. It's 36 to 26. The volume also decreases, and the structure itself becomes more obscure with the slant. So it's in some way shameless, but it's in some way very simple. Nevertheless, we tried our best to make it as compact as possible. Because the most important thing for a storage museum is energy, as well as cost. So that's why we came up with a thick shell and a simple volume that has the least amount of waste. But in terms of the urban surroundings, I thank you for appreciating the way we responded, but this is how we arrived at this design.
Thank you for your clear presentation.
You're very welcome.
I note the intention to enhance accessibility and mobility within the city and towards Seoul Hill system.
That's
that
right.
I love.
Thank you.
Through the building is the entire surrounding connectivity considered to public space. This section, can you explain?
Yes, very much. Thank you very much. Yes, 제가 한국말로 하겠습니다. Please.
I'll answer in Korean. That's how we started. Seoripul site, we want to give back the benefits of development to the citizens. And today we had many interesting presentations from other architects, and We want the citizens to use this building. They are the owners of this museum, and they are the creators of our urban landscape. And since we have an opportunity to design something for the citizens, we wanted to seize the opportunity. For the escalator, we can walk up and down from the first floor to the fourth floor, and for those who are disabled, they can take the elevator. And for Guggenheim, there was only one elevator, and with the increase of travel, the museum was designed in 1950, so now it's saturated and people have to take the stairs. But the escalator is 6 times bigger. This is the Hong Kong escalator. I think we have a lot to learn from escalators in Hong Kong. In the 90s, when these escalators were built, because there was so much traffic congestion, people didn't want to take taxis, so they took the escalator in the city, and it became a tourist attraction. And when we create cases like this to help mobility, they can become successful cases. So people who work in the courthouse, if they want to take a walk in Seoripul Park, they can take the escalator to visit the museum, take a cup of tea, and return to work. And I showed you the circulation of those who would be taking a walk in this area. There are many different types of scenarios and many different reasons for why people would visit this place. And so many people propose different pedestrian bridges, and I think this is going to really help, because the Open Storage Museum staff are working for the artwork, and it's like a hospital for art pieces. Conservationists are, as you know, doctors. They are taking care of our artwork that are sick. They are experts. They need to know a lot about history. And we have a very noise-proof working area for these 60 people on the first floor. And at the same time, we have a lot of common areas and public areas for the public. And if we have one escalator linking the building, then the rooftop cafe will become a busier cafe. I'm not sure whether I answered your question.
Actually, the architect just answered my question at the end. I had my, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you. You can still ask more.
I have a related question, though, about the escalator.
Please.
The escalator that you show, has a single continuous length.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, does the design permit actually that escalator to have some breaks in it to allow moments to get off?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that each of the floors are also connected between floors.
Of course. Yeah.
But I'm just curious about the singularity of the single run, and if there are other options. I'm thinking about the escalator in Valparaiso, Chile, which then goes essentially in a single run, but as a result, you can never get off.
Yep.
Yeah, could you comment?
No, you can look at it. Also, Pompidou model would be one we thought of, right? Every floor it stops. But I think we thought, since we have also a separate elevator, and especially I think, in Korea, we have a department stores, very similar model, which I show. On top is always a 식당가, the restaurant and cafes. And usually it's usually you end up taking elevators, and it's really not the perfect solution. But I think for the fact that the fourth level happened to coincide with this Seoripul mountain, so we thought it was like a really almost jackpot moment in a way when we were developing, because I think it will make people much more use. Because I think also Hong Kong mid-level escalator is a good example, because there are certain spots if you stop too many spots, that also doesn't quite work, because people like to have a nice journey and then maybe come down or a couple of stairs, or I think you can consider many different scenarios from what we have also. Because basically this mobility system doesn't have to be all very flexible. I think there's one very clear Yeah, I think that would be my answer.
Actually, I'm sorry.
Please.
This is a question that I didn't want to ask, but,
Yes, please.
but I'll ask it anyway. I will ask it anyway because I appreciate so much the difference between the calm outside and the complexity of the inside. I really, personally, I'm very drawn to this. So if I can ask this question from a distance, in a typology of a building where you do, like in a shopping center, where you do have to have a complexity on the inside, the exterior becomes simplified and box-like.
Yeah.
And so I guess one of my concerns is that this typology will be mistaken for that, although I know it's not. I know it's not, but I want you to, I'm asking you to maybe defend this because it's something that can haunt the project.
No, I think in general, I think I don't discriminate. I don't have this kind of a connotation about certain type of functions, although there's some overused languages. That's what was pointing out about this vertical, this sublime, ever monumental vertical space. But for us, it was very exciting possibility because we started out that way. But then we realized there's very specific, site-specific way to create this void, unlike what we had other previous versions. And then that kind of falls into place. In terms of the inside, outside, I don't know. I mean, outside, I think it has a quite subdued, calm appearance, and which is kind of, I think, serves a purpose of primarily this is the place to protect artwork and great heritage. But I think the openness, I think is very effectively, this southeast corner has a very almost radical approach to it, because I think the rest of the also development, new development around it is mostly glass towers and much larger volume. So I think maybe it compensates also.
Yes, yes, and it's a place that I would want to visit quite often, actually. So,
thank you very much.
프레젠테이션 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for the presentation. By splitting the space in 45 degrees and creating a pathway that requires taking a long escalator to arrive at a place that connects with the Seoripul Park is a very important concept. The escalator is different because it's not ramps or staircases shown in other proposals. In other words, it does not require physical energy. Regarding that experience of moving through the escalator, how does that harmonize or interact with the experience of viewing the traditional artifacts? What we want is something that serves the public, that is composed of all different types of people. We want people to come here to have different experiences and fun experiences. Some people might just come in to go through the building and arrive at the park. Some people might come here and look at the displayed artifacts with guides. Of course, these would be more scholarly people. But this project has a much bigger ambition. And Seoul City is supporting this project as a powerful entity. In this respect, I think the escalator is something that I imagine to be suitable. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, I think so. I'd like to ask a follow-up question. Diagonally, you have created a void and escalator that connects the first floor to the top floor, which is very interesting. But if there's a stairway that people will use for circulation to go up and down, it's a bit ambiguous. It's not really, we cannot really perceive it really well. And I thought about trying to create this image in my mind, but we have, I think, one elevator for visitors and one elevator for the staff. So one elevator for visitors, I mean, elevator and stairway may resolve the problem of not having a vertical void, but I think usually we should have 2 elevators, not 1. And I mean, how are we going to connect the different floors, if not through the escalator, in other ways? I know that you can create a very rich space, but I think the circulation is a bit forced upon the visitors. As you said, I just showed you the process as is. I went at a 45-degree angle because I thought about going at a 90-degree angle with a lattice grid, but because of the height of the mountain, I cannot. I thought 45 degrees was willful. You can think that it's a willful imposition, but it's the slope of the mountain, and that's why I chose 45 as the number. And I think that we need alleyways, like in the small neighborhoods, and I wanted it to be built organically. At first, if we create a big public area, gradually they become smaller and smaller. And so I was very happy with the design process. And I think that escalators can be used for many different things. Those who have knee joint problems, they can go up, but it's hard for them to come down the stairs, so they can take the escalator down. So there are many different types of visitors. In terms of mobility, in terms of health, there are different types of users. We have one elevator, but it caters to 21 people. And the elevators are very fast these days because technology has advanced. So I don't think it's a problem. I think that we can put one escalator instead of building 2 elevators. That's the way you can think of it. I want to give more options to the visitors so that many different people can mingle and interact within this open storage museum. They can commingle in this space, enjoy this space, be proud of Seoul City.
Yes, I would also like to ask a similar question. Looking from the outside, it appears to be a very simple mass, and the front and back side are 2 masses slightly overlapping. Once inside, it's a grid-like structure with a diagonal escalator passing through the space. Can we look at the EMP2MP floor plan, the mezzanine plan? If you have the escalator, and if that escalator path is so important to your design, then the 8 structures around the escalator should have been changed a little bit. The relationship between the escalator and the 8 pillars could have been radically deconstructed. I really can't visualize what you're saying. You have 2 rows of columns, a total of 8 pillars, and the escalator is passing through those columns. Then, perhaps, the pillar model and the escalator is actually clashing. So if you want to emphasize the diagonal movement more, you could either eliminate the pillars or further be more bold and just disassemble it. No, I actually know the budget. I have the experience. I have built a similar scale building. But the diagonal and the pillar has a relationship. There is a concrete pillar that comes out to support it. Yes, I think what you're saying or suggesting is possible, but for us, the most important function was the function of storage museum. That means there should be no vibration. We try to retain the grid, and in order to support the 27-meter long escalator, we thought about making it just in one simple line, but it was a little bit too much. We needed something a little bit to support it. He's got a better memory. We actually thought of suspending the escalator as well. We have a bit of time left.
Project, now that we've seen actually several, it appears to me that would it be fair to say,
Yes.
and would you be okay with this, to understand this really more like some kind of cross between a community center and a WeWork kind of condition, as opposed to the question of the fetishization of the objects for the museum? Would that be fair to say, and would you be actually pleased with that interpretation of the program?
I watched Apple series, by the way, and I don't think we want to be associated with that Silicon Valley, the scam story. However, I know the sentiment that you're talking about, but I do think it's correct. Although I think we have this amazing architect from Europe that also has a very different cultural history about the culture and also collection, right? Korea is quite different. And it's actually quite young. I mean, although we have a very long history, but history of a collector, maybe they go back to 300, 500 Medici's maybe, but this is quite, the modern period is very different. And I think it's also, I have done few projects regarding the art-related project, and you'll be surprised that how much these kind of community that has some connotation in America, I think. But I think there, I showed some example of this little art museum that we did, and they have a yoga class happening every month, and there's a filming, and they really use it like that, and there's an enthusiasm about urban space. So if you call that a community space, maybe yes, very much so. But it's quite different context. That's how we want to operate. We're also starting construction for this power plant project, and that's also, it's all about connecting and actually bring people, have more reason to go there than go to have a performance or museum, but really like place you can bring your dogs and things like that. I mean, for me, the ideal model is like a Lina Bobardi's Sesk. That's where you have a sports facilities and there's a great quality performances and also exhibitions and things like that, everything together, and that with a great canteen. I think that kind of vision is what we needed here. So
thank you.
Yeah, and especially, thank you. But especially, this is a very almost model citizen, maybe too affluent citizen. But I think this is where there's a place for this kind of attempt. I think, and it will be very well appreciated. Really, I believe that.
Thank you.
Yes.
네. 30초 남았지만 마무리하도록
Thank you very much. We have 30 seconds left, but we'll wrap up here. You can use up 20 seconds. I'd like to use the 20 seconds to thank you for this opportunity and to join the other distinguished participants in the competition. Yes, last but not least. Thank you for waiting. We have the final presenter, Herzog de Meuron. From Herzog de Meuron, Jacques Herzog, who will be our final presenter. He will be making his presentation sitting down because of the long day. I hope you understand. Please.
Much for inviting us to participate in this competition for show storage and open storage in Seoul. I would like to begin the presentation with the question, what is an open storage? Or better, what is not an open storage? An open storage is not a museum. It is also not an entertainment palace or a fun palace. It is not a place for the migration of peoples and visitors, but it's a very different kind of object, kind of place, kind of institution. The reason why today museums plan to do open storages is because you cannot endlessly enhance museums and make more and more and more museums. So open storages is a place where you have knowledge and culture in very compressed, very condensed form. So there are places which can be enigmatic, mysterious, and raise curiosity rather than fully exposing everything like in a department store. An open storage is not a department store. We have done the Schaulager 20 years ago in Basel. It was the first of its kind in the world, and the Schaulager hosts one of the greatest collections of contemporary art in the world. And we could learn with this project a lot about what an open storage can be now and in the future. The building, as you can see, is both hermetic, is not a glass palace, but it raises curiosity because it is not fully glazed everywhere, but wherever you have glass, wherever you have an opening, it is to take glimpses, to show, to look into something and discover rather than seeing everything at the same time. An open storage is very good for conservation of objects because art objects normally are in storages, are in crates, in boxes, where they cannot be seen. And the advantage of exposing them in storages, in open storages, is that the museum people have the opportunity to see how the objects of art behave over time, how they are, how they look, if they are not in a bad status, if they are not deteriorating. But at the same time, we have to be very careful with daylight and humidity. It is a place, of course, for scholars and experts and doctrines and schools, but also occasionally visiting hours for the public. But it's not a place like a museum where the public is always migrating through the whole institution, but to some parts of it. The Schaulager has such a space, as you can see here, in the -1 and in the ground floor. Those are the really public areas. In the vertical part, it's just a glimpse. You can discover that there are chambers, like cells, where the artworks are stored and where you can visit to be in front of artworks exposed naked in front of you, but not for the big masses, just for selected groups. The Seoripul open storage is very different in so far that it is for 3 major institutions with their very specific collections. These collections are specific, and at the same time they are of all kinds of materials, which makes it even more complicated, challenging, but also interesting to build a storage for. It is a Seoul Museum of History, the Seoul Museum of Art, as you can already see the jump in scale, and of course also the Museum of Craft Art. These museums expose their objects in a curated way. In the show storage, it will partially be curated, but it will also be mixed. Their collections will be mixed according to different climate zones. These 4 climate zones are the driving factor for the interior built up of the institution. Within the climate zones, you have maybe all 3 institutions, and the climate zones determine the degree of light factor, humidity, temperature, etc., etc. These climate zones are important to be respected, and you should not mix them up. I also don't see big visitor masses running through all these climate zones from one to the other, but you could rather discover one after the other. So the collections and the climate zones is one driving factor. It's like when you are cooking, you have your ingredients out of which you then cook the meal. These ingredients are the collections, as we saw, but also the site specifics, which is also very paradox. Very beautiful landscape, the Seoripul Hill on one hand side, and then cut by a heavy street in different pieces. And I think the project, which occupies part of this land, should do everything to conceal, to bring together the landscape and to offer a very interesting way to experience that landscape. So all of these ingredients lead to the question, what kind of an object, what kind of a concept is underlying this proposal? We are in favor of a kind of a sculpted rock, something mineral, something, as I say, rock, sitting on a pedestal of 4 feet, 4 pavilions. And the landscape is running through the site. Excavating part of the site, this is the line of the existing bedrock, and we would love to use the stone that we remove here, that natural stone which has a very good quality, to build part of the building. So the dig out should be used to construct the building or part of the building. At least the pavilions of the pedestal carrying the sculpted rock above. The sculpted rock saying it has vertical cuts and it has horizontal cuts with the preservation and the public terrace on the top. This is how we imagine this sculpted rock to stand in the landscape, with these folds where daylight come in in a very controlled way, and which at night also displays a beautiful kind of a light with a horizontal cut on the top. I think this object is not, as I said, comparable to a department store. It's not comparable to whatever public building is attracting people from anywhere, but it's rather something mysterious and enigmatic and fostering curiosity. It is about storing, looking and learning and preserving. It should be a place where people want to go because they want a different experience from anything they have now in the city. As you come closer to the building, first of all, you're surrounded by gardens. And these gardens, we took them very seriously. They should not be like the gardens you have in a hotel, but they should be curated gardens. We have started a little bit calling them collection gardens, taking impulses and inspiration from the collections. They offer views across the building. The pedestal has 4 feet, 4 pavilions, the library, the restaurant, the cafe, then the art handling, and also the places where art is stored and brought up and down into the building. In between, it has views across the landscape, across the site, in all directions. These gardens can have different forms, should be very specific in all the 4 sites. At the moment, we distinguish earth garden, a water garden, diorama, and a forest. This can change over time, but what we want to say now, we want to turn these gardens into like a first step, like first galleries of the Seoripul open storage. These feet also are guiding people, visitors coming from that side, artists coming in here, where it is unpacked, and the in-between space here, which is for the artworks, can also be used for public events. This is something we learned in the Schaulager in Basel, and staff is coming in on that side. As you come into the building, there's a garden welcoming people, and the area here where you can wait for your friends. So the welcoming character of the building is especially pronounced in this garden and entrance area on the ground floor and in the -1 floor. These 2 floors are always open, always public, are welcoming, are there to be a transition between inside and outside. This is where the artworks will be curated, whereas in the upper part, the artworks are stored within the climate zones. When you come in here, you have this kind of exhibition floor, this very open transition to the landscape, but also already you have an idea of how the building is conceived vertically. You have this opening that we call the eye. This eye is a kind of a cone, like drilling through a rock, where you reveal the different layers of the history of art and the collections. I think this section is very important, very telling, because it gives you this idea of the horizontal transition of nature and landscape and the vertical transition of the history of culture, with the cone where you could find the different climate zones, the 4 climate zones, then the terrace with the cafe and the offices and the preservation lab on top. The cone runs all the way through. Of course, we could have said to make that cone larger and to have stairs or escalators. But no, we want this cone to just be a place where you can discover what eventually you visit as you walk up into one of those climate areas. The auditorium is opening up to the gardens, not so dissimilar from the Seoripul building that we have done 2 years ago. and where this seems to work very well. This section reveals the 4 climate zones, all different, and the terrace with the cafe, offices, and preservation labs. It's important to say that on that floor, this is also a very interesting destination for visitors, because you want the visitors to go up and eventually see how in the preservation lab objects are being restored and renovated, so everything can be seen. This lower part, very public for also large groups, and the upper floor for more selected visiting groups. We have on each floor a large variety of possible separations and ways to install public and non-public areas. We have already arranged the collections in specific ways, but of course we know that this will change over time, and we would love to speak with the client to eventually also do chambers or cells rather than all open. We have these cones that also are shelves on each floor. They serve as points of orientation for the people visiting, but also expose objects, selected objects, in a direct way, in a way which is not behind glass. We have the folds. The folds here are opening up possibilities for niches to bring in daylight, for meeting rooms, for meeting or working tables or benches on each floor. So those folds are offering more intimate spaces within the hall. The cafe and the terrace is a place where visitors can see how people are working. You can control how much you want to offer for visibility for visitors on that floor and also on the floor above. As you can see here, the offices and the preservation slab floor. I think it will be interesting that the cafe extends to this preservation lab around that table, where you can see eventually how people are working on selected objects. That's a wrap-up, the 4 pavilions, the way that visitors go up on stairs that can be more or less elaborate, but not escalators, as I said. Why? Then those 2 floors, which are also open for visitors, because I think that's very important that people see that artworks need to be restored, how they will be restored. So this is a very important element, this kind of public access that runs through the building without being too pronounced, without being, as I said, too vulgar, too much like in a department store. The cladding of the facade is maybe a last very important element. It is a glass facade. It is, like many facades that we've done, very specifically made for that building. It is new. We've never done such a facade because it is a special glass. It's PV panels. It's very solid, like a mineral, like a crystal. And the PV panel, this whole facade, generates more energy that we use and need to climatize the whole building. So we produce the energy is like a power station for the whole new institution. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. Please mind the counter, time counter.
Start?
마이크 3명 다 되는.
Thank you. I'm happy to begin. Thank you for the analysis and for your definition of what the Open Storage Museum is and is not. I have a question then, just about. Actually, I have many questions, but I'm going to start with maybe the last thing that you shared was the materiality of the facade. Are we to understand then that this laminated glass, which will be energy producing, is it opaque or would it be translucent, except, and then of course where the folds are occurring, that's where light would be emitted? Maybe you could tell us a little bit more, and maybe I personally would love to understand the strut system, or what is the structural condition behind, and would we actually see that projecting through at night?
No,
Sorry,
the
very specific.
light would only come in through these folds. The walls would be hermetic. It would be, it is a skeleton. We want to avoid to use too much concrete, but I think we cannot do a wood structure, but it needs to be a steel structure, for instance, and then it's filled out with earth or with bricks. And the glass, as you said, is translucent, but only in a thin way. So light does not go through. As I said, you cannot accept daylight in such a large scale in a storage building. But the folds are allowing daylight to come in from the side, and you can control the degree of daylight intensity very easily.
I see. And had you considered, I'm again just curious about the process, what other materials, we as the jury had received obviously many of the information beyond even what you're showing here, and we saw a series of massing models sitting on maybe a table in your office, and I'm just curious to understand, how did you arrive then at this particular form?
That is a long process, indeed. It was a simple cube, and the simple cube looked too generic, and we started to sculpt it. And the sculpting aspect, again, was too random, and this idea of folds, where we have, this is maybe not the final form, but the folds are allowing us to not only make the outer experience very specific, like a sculpted rock, but also, as we showed in the plan, to create specific niches. So inside the storage, you have the facade is space containing, offers places to sit, eventually have a meeting table, a workstation, that kind of things. Things that you need and you could use inside the storage.
Thank you.
And maybe also the folds, as you could see in the main entrance, the fold is slightly more pronounced. So a building is like a gesture. You can move out or in according to what you want to say. And you want to welcome people and make a sign of welcoming, like a cantilevering roof. That's where you come in. That's a different kind of fold, more pronounced maybe than on another part of the building.
프레젠테이션 잘 들었습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you for the presentation. Looking at the project, I thought that it was simple yet poetic in form, and the skin is a very important part of the project. In this open storage museum, this appearance shows the past, present, and future of Seocho-gu and Seoul City. So how does this structure relate to the past, present, and future of Seocho-gu and Seoul government? And is it necessary, do you think?
I think that we always try to propose something which is made for that place. As I said, we have shown different facade options in previous architectures we've done. Here we believe that the building does not look like this is the 22nd century or this is the medieval period, but it has always something enigmatic, something ambiguous. And ambiguity is something that is important for such an institution where there is so many different collections from different historic periods, some very precious, some less precious, but equally important. The material we propose is like stone, like crystal, like marble, like it could be different things. When you come closer, it's different from far away. But it should be friendly. That's why it should be white, rather bright, slightly reflective. And the fact that it generates all the energy for entire building is, I think, a very important message for the future. Because the show storage is very much very expensive in the maintenance normally, and we have to do everything to bring down the cost, not only for the building, but also for the maintenance over time. It's very much energy consuming and resources consuming. That's why you cannot have masses of people on escalators walking through the building, because the people, the humidity of the people, the sheer fact of movement is different than in another, let's say, museum or in a department store or in any other public institution. I think that's the challenge, that's the paradox. We want to do an architecture which is very attractive for the people because it's mysterious, it's curious. You want to discover things, but it is different from any other place that you have otherwise in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you elaborate on the interaction with the building at the ground level, its influence on public space, and how it enhances connectivity with the hills?
I think that's a very important question. Right now, the streets are not activated. The streets are, it's a lot of traffic. It doesn't have shops and stores. So if people visit a museum, they should be welcome. And I think the gardens that I mentioned are very important. The gardens should be an asset. The gardens are the link between the park and the city. So we offer gardens and accessible gardens. You can even go there without visiting the building. It has a cafe and the gardens. I think that's why we started with the presentation of the gardens and the connection to the hill then. That's all we can do, and I think that the openness of the two low floors is in contrast to the upper part, which is more secret. And I think that we also showed in which way the auditorium is even part of the garden. So you can even have events in the garden, in the outside part. So the connection to the nature is a very important ingredient. As you can see also on the sign, the porosity of the ground floor is answering this question best, I think.
Could we actually go to slide 28?
Okay. Is this 28?
Previous one.
Is this the slide?
I think this, just to also add to what Jacques said, I think the section is also quite clear in how it continues from the Seoripul hill. And this excavation, I think, also reveals another layer to the landscape that was already there that can be experienced as an additional part to the existing park, and will act as an entry point from the busy intersection to the park itself.
I think this is also interesting in the question that was just brought up before. We literally want to use the material of that site because it has bedrock, which we have heard, gneiss, which is a very precious material. We would love to use it like a quarry, take it out and eventually use it as a building material, not just cladding, but solid walls. I mean, I'm saying this now, I don't know whether we can do this, but I know it has been done, and we currently work on a project where we do exactly that, digging out the material and take that material as something which is helping to construct the building. I think the sustainability factor in terms of energy, as we say, we generate everything in the facade, but also to build it physically with material that we find, even if we crash the material for the concrete, but we use the stone, is key. And the social sustainability in that people are coming together in these two lower floors, as you can see, and in a more selected way in the upper part is like a library. I think that's very important. You cannot have the fun factor go all the way through the building. That's something you find anywhere in Seoul.
Can we go to page 88? Because I think this time also the section is important to understand in order to see the qualities of this ground floor. So if you go to page 88 with the two sections. 88, yeah. Exactly. So it's sometimes hard to show the quality in a rendering, but you see it here, like you have to the left the main street, you have on the right the sunken courtyard that we just saw before with water ponds, and the auditorium that is basically connecting those spaces. Below you see here the gallery space below ground, little education space with an opening to the garden, to the auditorium. So all those spaces and functions are really connected in a spatial, interesting way. And if we look into the other direction, you see here like the main space again, the main lobby. And you see what Jacques just mentioned before, the relation to the unloading here, to the registration. So you see people here working on the daily life. So you have a glimpse into the functioning, into the program. You combine these different worlds. You experience these different worlds. And from this space, that's the central space, and you have a glimpse down to the lower floor. And opening up then to the gardens, this is the main entrance. And in the center of this space, same space, you have this big vertical opening. So I think that's why we imagine this as a really civic space where you have different qualities that you can experience. So this kind of unique experience of publicness. That's how we envision this.
Thank you for stating your positions on this museum. It's very enlightening to hear. I personally am very compelled by the way this is so grounded to the site, and the enigmatic, I think, works really well for this site. But instead of going into that philosophical, I would love to hear from you why is the enigmatic important to this very site rather than another site, let's say?
Yeah, it's maybe less the site than the institution that you create. There are three major institutions of the city which have their museums in the city. It should be different from that, because the museums offer a curated world. And this is more like a library where you eventually discover this and this and this, you should not go up and walk through, I say that again, like in a department store or behind glass, like in a wine store or like in a cigar store. So it's more about discovering things. We have built ourselves for our own objects that we have done over decades. We test how that could be visited by schools and by whoever is interested without exposing it everything. So the enigmatic is about a human need or a human, and I think a very interesting human feeling that it's not all at the same time, but you have selected areas and where it's very condensed, very dense also in its expression. But you can only achieve that if you make people want to discover it. This is a place of discovering rather than exposing everything like in a market.
Thank you.
네, 저도 질문을 하나 하겠습니다.
I have a question. I think you have explained well how you reached this current format. In the Seong-eun project, the front and the rear were very well exposed. And for this project, the front and the rear side are very different. And yet, the interior, I think you're taking quite a similar approach to Seong Gallery. If you look at the north-south section, existing site has 20 meter height difference, but for the sunken garden, you have to dig even deeper. If you look at the climate of Korea, in the northern side, there's a lot of shadows, a lot of shades. So the mass in the northern side, perhaps you could open it up and allow more sunlight coming into the sunken garden. I was wondering if you ever thought of that. I wish you can understand what I'm trying to say.
Observation. And as I said, this is not finished. You know, we are not architects who think this is it, and we are rather interested in having a strong concept, a very strong axis, and then try to find out on the site, because we don't know the site as well as people who live here. We know of it, we have visited it, but we also would like to know more about this granite underground and this exact sun exposure, and also the transformation of the site, because there will be a new building on the other just behind. So all these things will play a role in the final shape of that project.
Nevertheless, I have to say from Seong-eun, it's also the garden is related or is oriented to north, and it gets sunlight in the morning until lunch. But nevertheless, it has a quality that you appreciate if you are there in the interior space, because you see the changing time of the year. You see snow there, you see blossom of the flowers. You get those feelings, and it brings you closer to the nature, even though you see it, and it doesn't always have sun. But it has those different gardens in all directions. And so this garden might be a bit less in the sun, but it has a quality still that you can discover when you stand inside. And relating to the opening, maybe you have been to Seong-eun, some of you. But this middle hole, it's 10 meters in diameter, so it's even bigger. Seong-eun has 6 meters, so this is even bigger, so it will be quite an impressive moment that we saw before on the rendering, to have this huge twister above you that drills through that rock, through that building, and you see the layers of the collection one by one, and you get this impression of the material that is above you.
네, 시간이 돼서 마치도록 하겠습니다.
Yes,
너무 감사합니다.
our time is up, so we will end the Q&A session. Thank you for your presentation again.
예, 오랜 시간 참 수고 많이 하셨습니다. 이로써
Thank you
공개
for your
프레젠테이션을 모두
attention. With
마치겠습니다.
this, we'll be concluding public presentation. And please give a big hand to all the presenters. Thank you. And I'd like to ask the members of the jury to move to a different room for deliberation. And I would like to give thanks to the audience for attending.